Good evening, everyone. Good evenings. Thank you for your patience. We apologize for the slight delay. Welcome to the July 28th, 2026 meeting of the Upper Darby Township Zoning Hearing Board. Before we begin the meeting, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Before we begin the meeting, just a few brief announcements. First of all, the board met in an executive session prior to tonight's meeting to discuss legal issues related to this evening's applications. There are no continuances this evening. As a result, we will proceed forward with the agenda as the items are listed. If anyone does not have a copy, I hope we have some left. They're in the front corner right next to the door. If you're here this evening as an applicant or a witness, we are a 3-member zoning hearing board. Despite the fact that I will be doing quite a bit of speaking tonight, I am not a member of the zoning hearing board. I have here with me to my left members Zamora, Bertel, and Gwynn. We have a 3-member board. Anyone here who is requesting relief, to get the relief you're asking for, you need at least 2 votes. If you don't get at least 2 votes, then your relief is denied. And again, I am not one of those votes, so please direct any comments or presentation to the members themselves. We also have here our zoning officer, Joshua Chast, and our planner, Demetria Monk. And sitting here, a prime seat right in front of us is Lori DeFabio. She is our court reporter this evening. And as I just want to let everyone know that as we're going tonight, that we have quite a few people in attendance. The one thing I'm going to ask is that we try not to speak over each other, because everything that's said this evening is being taken down by Ms. DeFabio up front. And as good as she is at her job, she cannot take down what more than one person says at the same time. So I might jump in and try to get someone to stop talking. That is not me being rude, even if it might seem like it. We're just trying to keep some order and keep Lori's head from exploding. If you are not an applicant or a witness, you can participate this evening as well. And I see several familiar faces from a couple meetings ago, so I know you might have heard my little spiel. I apologize in advance for repeating myself. But like I said, everyone in this room can participate. If you have anything to say regarding any of the 7 applications on our agenda this evening, you will have that opportunity at the close of each application. I will specifically ask if there is any member of the public tonight who would like to make public comment. That is your opportunity to come up to the lectern, introduce yourself, be sworn in, and explain your position to the board, good, bad, or indifferent regarding each application. Doesn't matter if you're an Upper Darby Township resident. As long as you're in the room, you can make public comment. However, if you feel you have a more direct interest in an application, which is generally speaking characterized by how close you live or how close your property you own is to the subject property, then you can ask to be a party to the proceeding. At the beginning of every application, I will ask if there are any individuals in the audience who would like to request party status. At that time, you'll be asked to come up to the lectern and explain why you believe you have a more direct interest in the application. And then you'll be able, if you're approved, to participate as a party. That means you can introduce evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and importantly, you would be able to file an appeal of any decision that this board makes if it is not to your liking. If you're interested in party status, I know there were quite a few folks who received party status for one of our applications last time around. If you would like to make a separate request, or if there's anyone else in the audience, there are party status request forms in the corner of the room right next to the door. So please fill those out and provide that to Mr. Chast or Ms. Monk for me. So with that said, I'm hopeful this is not going to become an issue. I don't think it will be. But we are not going to start any new applications before 10 o'clock this evening. If you're listed on the on the agenda, then we plan to get to you. So, but I'm just making that comment. So if there's any applicants in attendance who you think we might not get to you at any time, you can go over to Mr. Chast and advise you'd like a continuance, and we would be more than happy to accommodate that to our August meeting, which is August 25th at 7 o'clock p.m. With that said, like I mentioned previously, we are going to go in the order that the items are listed on the agenda. The very first is going to be application number 7-4 of 26, GSI Secane LLC. While the applicant is coming up to the lectern, going to mark a few exhibits. ZHB1 is going to be the application package. ZHB2 is the proof of posting. ZHB3 is the proof of publication. The applicant's counsel was kind enough to pass up a pre-marked exhibit binder with 10 exhibits marked A1 through A10. These will be conditionally admitted, subject to applicant or applicant's attorney informing the board what we're looking at. While the applicant's getting settled, is there anyone in attendance who would like to request party status related to application 7-4 of 26 for the property at 50 South Oak Avenue? All right. Seeing none, counsel, please introduce yourself to the board for me.
Thank you very much. My name is Gina Gerber. I'm an attorney with Riley, Riper, Holland, and Colagreco. I'm here on behalf of the applicant GSI Secane, the property at 50 South Oak Avenue.
Right. Now, counsel, you look rather familiar regarding this property, if I do say so. This is a request for an extension of previously granted relief. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Right. I guess let me just put it this way. Since the prior relief was granted, have there been any changes in the scope or scale of the project that have resulted in a change to the relief that was granted by this board pursuant to its June 18th, 2025 decision?
No, solicitor, no changes.
Well, perhaps if you don't mind, you can just inform the zoning hearing board what's happened since then, and perhaps where the project is now, so the board can understand whether or not this looks like a final extension or whether we might be seeing you and your clients again.
Certainly. We do hope this is a final extension. We are at the very, very end of this particular project. As you may remember, we did receive approval from council back in June of last year for final land development. We have been working through the permits required through the city, as well as permits required from third parties. The one item on the agenda, unfortunately, that has been holding us up has been the HOP, and we've just received word today that that is to be issued this week. So we are full speed ahead on this project, as you remember, which is a self-storage facility. There have been no changes to the plans other than making a few minor revisions consistent with the Township engineer's review letter. So I believe we satisfied all of those comments at this time. The only thing left to do is to put the agreements in place for the development and for the stormwater and to stick a shovel in the ground.
Thank you very much. Now, because this is an extension request, the board does not require any actual testimony. However, to the extent that the board may have questions of counsel or I believe the applicant is, I think representative of the applicant is here
They
tonight.
are here this evening, yes.
So if the board has any questions, we can ask those. Otherwise, a vote on a potential 1-year extension, which would be retroactive here to July 23rd of this year would start. So it would go until July 23rd of 2027. Does the board have any questions, or would the board like the applicant to provide any testimony? No? All right. So with that, if the board deems fit, a motion would be appropriate to grant the extension request, and that would provide relief that would provide an extension of the previously granted relief until July 23rd of 2027, if any member would like to make that motion. All right. Do we have a second?
Second. Motion to approve.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Your relief is
Very
approved.
much.
You'll get a letter from me in the next 45 days.
Beautiful, thank you.
Moving forward, our second application is number 5-4 of 26. This is for the application of Benson Ta for 739 Secane Avenue. This was recently most recently continued from the June 23rd, 2026 agenda. Good evening, sir. Please introduce yourself to the board.
Yes, good evening. My name is Zen Jin. I'm an attorney here on behalf of Mr. Benson Ta, who is here in the audience with us. Mr. Ta's case was continued previously due to some issues on the plans. We believe that the architect has since submitted updated plans with the size of the warehouse and grocery store being proposed.
So real quick here, is there anyone in the audience who would like to request party status as related to application 5-4 of 26? Seeing none. Perhaps it might make sense to have either Josh or Demetria offer some background on this, because I do believe there's been some communication with the applicant and the township, but I'm not sure that we have those plans that you're referring to.
Actually, let Demetria answer this as she was working directly with the applicant.
All right. Could we get Demetria sworn in, please?
Yes.
So Demetria, real quick here, can you explain what documents the applicant has submitted since the June 23rd, 2026 continuance?
Yes, on July 13th, the applicant sent revised digital plans of the proposed warehouse on July 13th, the applicant sent revised plans for the proposed warehouse and grocery store use digitally through email.
Now, were those plans the same as previously submitted? Were they different? And if they're different, how so?
They were different. They had a bit more detail, just not to what we recommended for them to provide, such as the specific square footage needed for us for the grocery store and the warehouse use, what exactly those two separate uses entailed in the building.
So based on those plans, was the Upper Darby Township Zoning Department able to ascertain the square footage of the retail portion of the building and or the warehouse portion of the building?
No.
Was it clear based on the plans whether it's only the first floor that's being in use, or was it also the first floor and the second floor?
From the plans, it looked like only the first floor.
Council, on that basis, that's what the township had before tonight. So if you could provide a little bit more detail on that, that might be helpful for the board.
Absolutely. I'm going to pass out my card first. Thank you. So the application is for the use of a portion of the property as a warehouse and a portion of the property as a grocery. In the past, this property was at one time used as a warehouse with daycares both on the first floor and second floor. They have since both vacated. What we are proposing is to keep the second floor vacant, subject to any future application my client may wish to make. However, the first floor would be partially the grocery store and partially maintaining the warehouse use that was there at one point. The square footage of the warehouse will be reduced to about 4,900 square foot. The grocery store itself is 4,820 square foot according to the plans, with the layouts as shown on the plan, which will contain bathroom, walk-in refrigerator, storage. It is essentially going to be, under the code, a wholesale store. It is not meant to be a retail grocery. It is for wholesale bulk product sales of African goods. So it would fall under that particular category, which under commercial 2 should be a permitted use. However, the warehouse itself normally isn't a permitted use under that section, but that is also a pre-existing use in that location. So we would argue that that's a pre-existing non-conforming use already in place. The addition of the grocery comes with the existing parking spaces. We were not told by the township that parking would not be enough. However, there's 27 spaces now available. We also have concrete slab area in the front of the building, which potentially, if needed, we can apply to the township for some additional parking spaces if parking is an issue. We don't anticipate large volume of customers coming in at one time. The operation of the grocery is anticipated to be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week. However, it is mostly catering to actual smaller grocery stores for the African community, as well as potentially to the restaurants that serve the community, in that we would provide bulk products, African-based grains and other products to these particular customers. So it's not as much of a retail grocery with a lot of traffic coming in and out anticipated. So that is the essentially the uses that are being proposed. Again, the second floor will be left vacant at this time, and we're happy to have that as a condition on any decision from the zoning board.
Okay, thank you very much, Council. So just to make sure I understand, I believe you mentioned that it was going to be 4,900 square feet of warehouse space, and was it
Yes.
4,820 square feet of retail?
Yes, if my memory is correct on the plans, I think that is the 2 square footages division. There's one loading dock also available for the property.
Yeah, one of the issues last time around was that because the board wasn't aware of the square footages, we weren't sure whether the applicant would also require parking relief, which is one of the reasons why we were asking that the plans be resubmitted, because we didn't want to have him come back to this board, an additional time. So I'm not sure with that additional measurements if the township's been able to ascertain whether there's parking relief that's necessary.
So just a couple quick calculations. I thought I had originally heard you say 4,900 for the retail and 4,820 for the warehouse.
It's the other way around.
The other way around?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I mean, it should be pretty close because they're both pretty close to 4,900. 1,000. So it's still 5.
While Josh is doing some rough math here, perhaps it might make sense for you to bring your client up to attest to the statements. That
Of course.
Sure.
Mr. Tosh, please.
So it would be, if we considered under our parking code, section 550-33A, for just the retail section, it'd be 250 per, you would divide the total retail by 250, so that'd be about 20 spaces. And then the warehouse is 1 space per 1,000, which would be about 5. Now, we do have a section that also considers wholesale store. So it depends if you consider the whole thing a wholesale store, which I don't think we would. I think it would be, the wholesale would be the retail aspect and the warehouse would be the rest. Then it would be 40 total instead of 25. So depending on how you look at it, it's either 25 or 40.
So I believe that the warehouse section would be only used for the warehouse, so it would be 2 separate uses rather than having one large wholesale, because the warehouse isn't directly for the wholesale store.
Let me ask a pointed question here that I think might help. As far as the building is concerned, once any interior fit-out work is done, will there be any space other than the 4,820 square feet of retail space that will be open and accessible to members of the public?
No. The other warehouse will be a private use. It's not a public warehouse.
Based on that, would it be 25, you
yeah.
believe? All right. Okay. So real quick here. So let's have Mr. If you could do me a favor and just have him attest to your statements, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Todd, did you hear my representation before the zoning board? I'm sorry.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, the truth.
Okay, great. Mr. Todd, did you hear my testimony before the zoning board?
I heard.
Can you verify what I have represented to the zoning board to be true and correct and adopted as your own testimony?
It is.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So with that, does the board have any questions for Mr. Ta or his counsel?
Yes, I have a few questions. So I think, please, the council, you said that the warehouse won't be affiliated with the, I guess, the retail wholesale store, as it relates to, I guess, storage, or the independent operation?
It would be an independent operation. It is operated by the same operator who's going to operate the grocery store, but it's not dedicated to the wholesale grocery only. It's for storing products that they have that's beyond just for the grocery itself. But it would be solely used for warehousing.
Okay, but storage for the grocery retail store will take place within this warehouse, even though it's not solely dedicated for that.
Correct, partially.
And so part of that space, so presumably like deliveries and things of that nature of products for the grocery store would be taking place at the warehouse.
Yes, there is a loading dock, again, available to this property. It will be the same loading dock used for all delivery of those products.
Okay, so then it will be accessed by, I guess, the public, like non-employees of the warehouse, because deliveries will have to take place in the warehouse for the grocery store.
So the loading dock is actually on the street side of the property. They actually directly connects to both spaces. So the delivery people can put it right into the grocery section, or if it's for the warehouse, it would just go straight into the warehouse.
Okay.
As far as customer access, there would not be customers accessing the warehouse portion.
And the intended customer base are wholesale customers, right? Like
Correct.
grocery stores, and presumably those customers aren't, are stocking up at bulk capacity. So I would imagine that means trucks and things of that nature. Wouldn't they need to utilize the loading docks as well?
Most of them will be buying using their personal vehicles or vans. We're not giving wholesale products to large stores. We're talking about mom and pop shops, small restaurants. Having represented a lot of them in the past, I know that yes, sometimes a small box truck might be needed for some products, but generally a lot of these products are perishables. So there's refrigerated products and others. They're going to buy it more often, but in smaller quantities, where it won't be large trucks constantly using the loading dock.
If we put the site plan back on the screen, could you walk us through, or the applicant, whomever is more equipped to walk us through sort of just the orientation now that the retail space versus the warehouse, now that we know, I guess, the square footage?
Would it be possible for Mr. Ta's son to be the one to help us with that portion?
Please, come on up.
Please,
And
come on up.
for record purposes, the revised plan that was resubmitted electronically to the township, we're going to call that Exhibit A1.
Thank you. You're going to have to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm and testify that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State and spell your name, please.
Franklin Dipen.
Spell that, please.
Franklin, Franklin, Dipen, Ndipen. Ndipen.
Thank you. Franklin, can you look at the plan and kind of explain to the board what the layout is and which street side is for which part of the use? Now, my understanding is on the Secane Avenue side, that part of the plan with the multiple rooms will be the wholesale grocery store, is that correct?
Correct.
And that portion would be the one primarily accessed by any customers, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the warehouse is going to be the section that is basically blank to the left on the plan. Is that an accurate description?
Good.
And that portion itself would be primarily used only for storage and would not be open to the public.
Exact.
Are those the loading docks right there that would be perforated?
So while they have garage-style doors at that section, I don't believe that is the actual loading
The
dock.
loading dock is in front.
It's in the front of the building. If we could scroll to the right,
Yeah,
right there, that is the actual,
the truck area. That's the loading dock.
What are those doors? They look larger. What are those two doors for that we're just looking at?
they were formerly loading dock style doors, but that entire, as you can see, if we move the plans up a little bit, that's the parking area now. So those are not actually used for loading and unloading at this point.
That's a wall.
No, it's a door.
It's a wall now.
It's a wall now.
No, it's a door, but it's not gonna be like used.
They're not opening it
Yeah.
for delivery purposes. And that's been the case for a while, is that correct?
Correct.
Another question was asked about customers picking up products. Do you anticipate a lot of box trucks, or most of the people will be using vans or SUVs of their own?
Mostly vans and SUVs of their own.
Thank you.
Have you guys done any code analysis before making these drawings?
So I believe the architect was more closely involved with any analysis with regard to the proposal, but my client obviously relied on the architect's input with regard to the design and layout for this particular property. And they were
Are the
basically—
drawings sealed?
I'm sorry?
Do the drawings have a seal?
Yes, the final drawing submitted should be sealed. And again, this space was originally where the daycare was. They're trying to repurpose the use of the space. That was the ground floor. Both upper floor and ground floor at one point was two separate daycares. They're both vacated. So right now, we're only seeking the first floor to be used as the wholesale grocery.
Where would you put your dumpsters for waste management?
Are there existing dumpsters on the site?
No, no existing dumpsters yet on the site.
Would you be able to have a dumpster location added to that particular?
Yes, quite
site?
possible.
Where is it likely to end up at, or would you have an idea where you would likely have it?
By the back, right close to where you have the parking lots, there's some space right to the back.
So we're looking at the parking spaces. You're
Yeah.
talking about the open space behind the parking, closer to the building?
Yeah, the open space, it's suitable for dumpsters.
Are you going to do any site work? If you're going to be bringing in perishable items and say like lettuce falls and all kinds of miscellaneous items fall, and how are you going to clean the parking lot?
When you're speaking of cleaning.
I'm cleaning, speaking of maintenance.
Yeah, well, they will have employees on site. How many employees would you anticipate would be working? About 10 employees?
Yeah, about 10.
So there will be employees on site. The employees will be tasked with obviously making sure the site stays clean as well.
Do you have any plans for site work? Installing drains or tying into the sewer system?
Not that I'm aware of.
Seems that you have a large cooler, about 3,500 square feet. So how are you going to get the cooler in?
Those already.
So the warehouse has that already?
I think it should have drains already.
Are you going to bring a crane in?
That we had before.
Can you speak up about that with the drains?
I think the building had drains before because we actually not modifying anything on the building structure or whatever. We just breaking the walls, doing demo in the section that was separated for the daycare, because before it was just an open space. When the daycare took it, they did separations to create classrooms inside. So we're just breaking that out. So we're not doing any extra addition on the building structure itself.
And the outside parking lot already have existing drains?
Yeah, it has existing drains.
With regard to the walk-in refrigerator proposed for the grocery and the warehouse, has the specs and how those would be managed been considered by the architect when he designed the plans for you?
Exactly, it's considered.
Well, stormwater goes into the drain, not food. So what's your plan for like a, Dimitri, can you go to the bottom right-hand corner of the drawings and look at the architect's seal, please? So there's no seal.
There was a sealed version that should have been submitted.
All right, thank you.
Hold on, I have a,
You sent them a mail yesterday, I think. The sealed version.
The property's fully vacant right now.
Yeah.
correct? How long has it been vacant for since the daycare has moved out, about approximately?
It's more than a year now.
Or the- All right, so do you know if there's currently private hauling service, or has that been terminated once it was vacated?
Come again?
Do you know if there's currently private, like, trash hauling services ongoing, or was that terminated when it vacated?
We've been doing maintenance on the property since we bought it. So,
do you have a
But what about
commercial
waste
trash
hauling?
company that comes and pick up trash at this point?
no, because the property is not being used, but we have a company that comes in and do the cleaning, just cleaning, we pay. Cutting off the trees, the lawn, mowing the lawn and everything. We've been doing that for the past 1 year.
Okay, but with this intended use, are you already seeking private hauling?
Yeah.
Private waste hauling?
Yeah.
Are there any other?
If you're not going to use the loading dock for the loading dock, how are you going to get a box truck in to load? You're going to you're going to hand carry boxes of fruit, vegetables and
No, there's a
daily
loading.
haul? Because it looks like you got, on the north side of the parking lot, that's the only two loading docks that you have. On the east side, looks like a sidewalk going into the front of the building for the gas and groceries. So that's the only, and then you have double doors on the bottom. That's the only points of entry where you could probably bring things in. So I'm wondering you tell us that you're not going to open the doors. I'm trying to figure out why or how you're, yeah, it's because we hear every time you came in here, you told us something different.
Actually, the building has a loading dock on Secane Avenue. That's a truck loading dock. That's the main loading dock that is going to be used for the business.
Franklin, if you could do me a favor and try to just repeat that and
Yeah, can you repeat that?
a little more slowly if you can, just for record purposes.
Okay. I was saying that the building has an existing loading dock on Secane Avenue. The truck area, where you can see on the drawings, truck area, it's a loading dock for trucks and vans. That's the main loading dock that is going to be used for the business.
And then you're going to have a meat room.
Exact.
What's your plan for the meat room to make sure that it doesn't become a biohazard?
Is that refrigerated?
It's refrigerated.
Okay, so that's it? It's just refrigerated?
Yeah, for the meat room as per requirements.
Nobody's going to wear gloves, goggles. There's not going to be a hose in there for a drain and
No,
when you get blood on the floor or anything like that?
So the health department requirements,
Yeah.
would that be something that you would have to follow through if you were to get zoning for this location?
exact.
So you would be inspected by the health department for that
Okay.
management?
Questions, if you guys want to take a break.
So for the record, I believe applicant's counsel provided a sealed version of the revised plan, which we will mark as Exhibit A2. And I believe that's up on the screen now, and you can see the sealed version on the bottom right of the plan. Are there any additional questions from the board based upon the revised plan or any of the testimony provided by the applicant? Okay. Is there any additional public comment related to application 5-4 of 26? Seeing none.
Yeah. Head in the back for a minute.
All right, so at this point, I think the board will close the record and take a moment to discuss the application in executive session. So we'll go off the record and be right back.
Thank you.
That's my glasses on.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Please let the record reflect that the board has returned from a brief executive session to discuss the application. So at this point, I believe a motion is in order.
Make a motion to approve the application on the conditions that the relief is for the first floor only, and any future use of the second floor will need to come back to the zoning board for zoning board approval. And that the retail store is for wholesale sales only.
Is there a second?
Third.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, congratulations. Your
Thank
relief
you.
is approved. You'll receive a formal written decision from my office within 45 days. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good one. Have a good evening.
The next item on the agenda is application number 7-5 of 26 for applicants Edward and Bonita Patterson for the property at 5 Pilgrim Lane in Drexel Hill. As the applicant's approaching, is there anyone in the audience who would like to request party status with respect to this application? Seeing none. Good evening, sir. Do me a favor and please introduce yourself to the board and be sworn in by our court reporter.
I do. Edward Patterson.
So I'm going to mark a few exhibits for our record. ZHB1 is going to be the application package. ZHB2 will be the proof of posting, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Now, I just want to confirm, sir, did you introduce yourself as Edward Patterson or Andrew Patterson?
Edward.
Edward, okay. I just wanted to make sure. So now is your time to make your presentation to the board. If you can do us a favor and explain what you're trying to do at your property. Don't worry if you're going to think you're going to miss anything or if there's something you're going to forget. We'll be happy to answer questions if there's any additional information we need. But in short, just tell the board what you're trying to do.
Trying to put a shed on the property, mainly for equipment, lawn equipment, and put it in on the property, on the lawn where it's considered a front yard.
All right. So let me ask a few quick questions here to help clarify things. So the property we're talking about is 5 Pilgrim Lane. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is that your home?
That's my home.
Is 5 Pilgrim Lane located on a corner?
Yes.
Okay. So being as it's on a corner, technically speaking, even though in the real world we don't talk like this, but in the zoning world we do, you have 2 front yards, one where each street is. So the shed you're proposing to put, which road is that going to be? Actually, if you can look on the screen here for us, and can you generally explain, is that going to be on the left of the drawing or the image, or the right, the bottom, about where?
Okay, from this drawing here, it shows where the shed is in the blue.
So that's going to be about, is that say 71 feet from the curb?
From the sidewalk, yes. On Township.
Okay, so that's 7 feet and change from the property line and 71 feet from the curb, it looks like. Does that look accurate to you? there. Did my comments, or is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
All right. And so you said, what are you going to use the shed for?
Mainly equipment, lawn equipment,
And about how big is the shed?
10 by 20.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, but some of the board members might.
Okay.
In your view, will the shed be an eyesore to anyone, and your neighbors or anything like that?
No, where the shed is going to be placed, it wouldn't be an eyesore. It's kind of right in line with the neighbors as they have theirs in the back.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment related to application 7-5 of 26? Seeing none. So at this point, I think we will close the record and it would be appropriate for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, sir. Your relief has been approved. You're going to receive a formal written decision from my office within the next 45 days. Hope you have a good night. All right, so moving down the list, next item is 7-1 of 26 for Derek Shaw for the property at 703 Cornell Avenue. And while the applicant is approaching the microphone, is there anyone here in attendance who would like to request party status related to the application for 703 Cornell Avenue?
I don't know, I live like 6 blocks away.
Well, so hang on one second. So everything, well, first off, Mr. Shaw, I believe?
Yes,
Do me a favor. Introduce yourself and be sworn in by our court reporter.
Derek Shaw. Yes.
All right. So Mr. Shaw, do me a favor. Can you step away from the microphone? Because I know there was a member of the audience who mentioned, who stood up. Please come on to the microphone, sir.
I'm James Mullen, 1209 Cornell.
All right. So, Mr. Mullen, are you requesting party status related to this application?
Well, I have an opinion on it, but I don't know.
Well, let me put it this way. And I know I gave my diatribe in the beginning, but if you just have an opinion, there's going to be a time at the very end that I'm going to ask anyone in the audience if they'd like to make public comment, which you can render your opinion then. If you want,
Status is better, so I'll do, if I'm eligible, I would rather do status.
all right. And you said what's your address again?
1209 Cornell.
And you said that was 6 blocks away? So generally, that's a little far for us to consider party status.
Okay. then
However, you can make public comment at the end.
Perfect.
Okay. So, Mr. Shaw, just real quick, I have to do some housekeeping here. ZHB1 is going to be the application package. ZHB2 is going to be the proof of posting. ZHB3 is our proof of publication. So with that said, now's your chance to tell the board what you're looking to do. And again, don't worry if you leave something out. We'll be happy to ask questions.
Okay. I don't know. You putting pictures up so I can point to it, or?
Sure, we can put up the pictures you submitted. All right, so we have on the screen one of the drawings that was included as ZHB1.
Yes.
So feel free to walk us through what you're trying to do.
Okay, well, I actually had done it already. I had my driveway extended because on the left side of my driveway is my neighbors. My neighbors actually have he's a mobile mechanic. So there are always cars. He doesn't necessarily work there, but his cars are always there. So backing out the driveway is difficult. So when my wife got cancer, we had a van would come sometime and pick her up, and he couldn't back out the driveway with all the cars. So we had the driveway extended so he could back out and turn around and go straight out the driveway. Yeah, so if the neighbor has cars all the way down to the sidewalk. And if someone's in that first spot, they couldn't back out. So we extended the driveway so he could turn back and then pull straight out. So, you know, getting picked up for chemo, they was telling us they couldn't get in the driveway. She would have to walk to the curb. And at the time, it was a chore for her to get from the house to the curb. So, you know, we extended the driveway so the van could pull. Because right where the garage is a door right there. So she can come out right there and, you know, get into the vehicle instead of coming all the way to the curb. So we had the driveway extended.
And about when did you have that work done?
February-ish.
So essentially, you're asking for a relief tonight in order to keep the driveway extension that you already did. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, well, when I did it, I had 3 estimates. And I asked all 3 guys, do I need a permit? They told me I only needed a permit if I was doing the sidewalk. They said, you know, since they weren't doing the sidewalk, I didn't need a permit. And then, you know, I got it done, and then they told me I need a permit. You know.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. At this point, if the board has any questions, they're going to fire away.
So when you say you extended the driveway, you mean you extended it into your front lawn?
Yes,
not
so they could
necessarily-
turn around.
Like you didn't make it longer?
No.
From, I guess.
No, not to the street. I made it, you know, just so they could turn around where that car is, and then pull out straight.
You didn't widen the apron or manipulate the curb?
No, the
sidewalk,
curb
right?
is to stay the same.
So the line going down from the bush, I looked at this already. So you didn't do anything to the driveway, didn't do anything to the curb, and you maintained the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
And he took it all the way to the walk of your front door?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a angle from like the walkway? Do you know if you submitted an angle from the walkway or?
It's just a strip of grass, and maybe 2 feet strip of grass from the asphalt to the walkway.
Is there any public comment related to this application? Yes, sir. Come on up. Mr. Shaw, if you don't mind moving to the side a little bit.
Thank you.
All right.
So,
Just introduce yourself and be sworn in for me.
James Mullen, 1209 Cornell. Yes. So my concern is that once one person starts, we're going to lose all this green space in our neighborhood, and there's going to be blacktop lawns, and not neighborhood. It's going to look like a place we didn't want to live. And secondly, that's kind of low there already. If I'm driving back up Cornell, so now the water can't go into the lawn now. It's going to come more into the street. So, I mean, one house, I don't know how much difference that's going to make, but if a bunch of people, if one person gets it, other people are going to want it, and that could be a problem for the aesthetics of our street.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment related to application 7-1 of 26? Seeing none. So at this point, I think it'll be appropriate for the board to close the record and either take the matter under advisement or make a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any commentary on the motion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So let the record reflect Mr. Gwynn voted nay. So at this point, sir, you had a 2-to-1 vote. That means you get your variance. You'll be receiving a letter from my office and a decision within 45 days. Hope you have a good night.
All right, thank you.
All right. Next application, Fifth on the agenda, number 7-2 of 26, the applicant New Enterprise Corporation, the property 201 Margate Road. Is there any member of the public who would like to request party status with respect to application 7-2 of 26? Seeing none.
Good evening,
Good
member of the
evening,
board.
sir.
Good evening. My name is Sheikh Afzal. I'm the attorney representing the New Enterprise Corporation, and the owner of the property also is here with the property located 201 Market Road, Upper Darby.
Perfect. Give me one quick second here. Just need to do a little housekeeping. We're going to mark some exhibits. ZHB1 is the application package. ZHB2 is the proof of posting. ZHB3 is the proof of publication. So with that, please.
Gosh. If I may approach, I have the exhibit.
Oh, perfect.
Can I give you the copy?
Do you need one for yourself?
Oh, thank you for this. Appreciate it.
And for the record, council passed up an exhibit packet with a memorandum. So, and the exhibits are marked Exhibit A through D 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and through Exhibit F. So we're going to mark this collectively as applicant's Exhibit A packet.
Correct.
And then understanding throughout the presentation, council, you can refer to them as you have them marked.
Correct. Just for the record again, attorney Sheikh Irfan Afzal, just for the record, attorney ID 327168. Like I said, I will be representing the New Enterprise Corporation located 201 Market Road. With me this evening, the owner is here who's available to testify. Dear member of the board, good evening. This matter, I just want to go a little facts about this property. This matter concerns a front yard decorated fence that has existed on the property since approximately May of 2021. So this fence has been there for almost 5 years. So my client just recently got cited, the fence is oversized. However, applicant, my client, he purchased the property in December 2020 and undertook the substantial renovation to improve the home and neighborhood. Before installing the fence, my client hired a contractor and specifically asked whether the proposed fence would comply with the township requirement. And he was told by the contractor, yes, it would. The fence that he wanted on the wall was 32 inch. The requirement of the township is 4 feet. So it's below the township requirement. The contractor advised him the fence under 4 feet would be complied. So when he complied, he figured that he didn't need any permit or apply for any zoning. Acting entirely in good faith, my client installed the fence, the decorated fence. As you can see, the picture that I have submitted, I will go over the exhibits, approximately 32 inches in height. For nearly 5 years, the fence remained openly visible without any notice, without any complaint. No neighbor complained about the fence, or enforcement action from the township. The fence was there for 5 years. There were no action was taken from the township. No neighbor had issue. There was no violation, no injury, nothing. Then in April 2026, as I said earlier, my client received the first notice of violation. Tonight, we respectfully request that the board member to permit the existing fence to remain. We believe the evidence will demonstrate that the fence creates no public safety concern. The fence has existed for years without incident. Numerous surrounding properties have similar fence. My client acted completely in good faith, putting that fence up for 32 inch. Requiring removal would impose unnecessary hardship while providing little or no public benefit. Removing that fence will not benefit the public or even not benefit the neighbors. At this point, I would like my client to come up and testify.
By all means.
It's okay. Can you state your name for the record?
Hi,
My name is Abdul Shukur. I am the New Enterprise Corporation. I am the owner.
Sure. Do me a favor, though. Could you just please state and spell your name for the record?
Spell your name. Can I spell?
Abdul Shukur.
Abdul Shakur, the first name Abdul, last name Sukur, Shakur. And he's the owner of the property. And the property of the LLC.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Shakur, are you the owner of the 201 Market Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did you purchase the property?
2020 December.
Okay. Did you renovate the property, sir?
Yes, sir. My hand, it is a very bad broken. And I find the sewer 121. I buy and then I remove this wall inside building and everything. I spend more money. I make a nice, beautiful. When I make the wall, this township people go. The thing is good. Township area looking nice, good. But you do like. But after this, I make the frame. Now 5 years more. Nobody tell me anything. And
It's okay. Mr. Sabur, who installed the fence?
I brought the one Chinese company from New York.
Did you ask whether it was illegal?
Yeah, they say in Darby is okay, this 32 inch, and no problem. You can make it. They coming fast, the inspection, everything. Then
Okay. And approximately how tall is your fence?
32 inch, and they saying in the township we need 40.
Sorry, how many inches?
32.
32. My
32
frame.
inches? Okay.
Yes, sir.
From the beginning.
And counsel, if it's easier, you could also make an offer of proof, perhaps.
Okay. 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 So, okay. All right. So, all right. So, let me see. Okay. As for the good faith, let's retry. I've been in the hearing since 8 o'clock, and I'm hearing at 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and 7 o'clock, back to back today, all day long. So burned out right now. All right, so back to this. Just a two question for him, so that way, just on the record.
That works fine.
Okay. Did you ever intend to violate the township regulation? Did you ever intend?
No.
Were you familiar with the Upper Darby zoning laws?
No.
Okay. Where did you previously live prior to living in Upper Darby?
And 2000, I'm coming from New York.
New York, you used to live in New York, so you
Yes.
recently moved out 5 years ago in Upper
Yes,
Darby.
yes.
Okay, when did you install the fence?
2021.
Okay, is that fair?
Not, it is
Is
so
it fair to
late.
say May 2021?
Yes.
And when did you receive the first notice violation?
Is
it fair to say April 30th, 2026?
Yes.
That's marked in
26.
exhibit? Okay.
26. When I make 21, now 26.
Okay. The last two questions. Are there any similar fences nearby in your neighborhood?
Yes, many. Many I gave you.
Did your attorney take photographs of those properties?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. As a member of the board, as you can see the package that I passed earlier, as you can see the exhibit AB, which is the notice was given by the township, was placed correctly on the fence. And exhibit marked C1 and C2 and C3, that's what the fence looked like. I know you guys have the black and white copy, you have a color copy, which looks much nicer in the color copy. And I think if my office has sent the email with the color copy, if you have it, we can put it up to see how it looks. It'll be awesome. Huh? It was, oh, the how the fence looked? Do you have the pictures of those? It was emailed to the officer. If
The guy. Oh, except it's still stolen.
As you can see on the exhibits, A1, the zoning notice is posted. Exhibit B, the zoning notice was posted. On the second two notices were posted. Exhibit C1, mark C1, for the record, that's how the fence looks. The wall, as you can see, the wall existed prior to my client purchased the property, and the fence was installed. Same in Exhibit 2. I would like to have the board attention to Exhibit D1. As you can see, property located 227 Shirley Road had a very similar fence, matter of fact, higher fence than my client, and the township has no say to that. It was perfectly fine. There was another property on Exhibit D2, 200 Vinton Road, Upper Darby, 200 Vintage Road, Upper Darby. Exhibit D3, 7,000 Wayne Avenue, Upper Darby. Very similar fence was put in their property. Exhibit D4, 221 Shirley Road, Upper Darby. Very similar fence. And the last but the least, Exhibit D5. As you can see, the fence was also placed on the wall. As you can see, the last exhibit, which is marked Exhibit E, and if you can see, we measure the fence. As you can see, the measurement of the fence is 32 inches, which is below the 4 feet. At this time, we're requesting the board, to grant my client the fence that already remained there, just as for the closing, just need to read a few things here. We appreciate the board time for this evening. The evidence has shown that my client purchased this property in good faith, invested in improving it, relied upon professional advice, and installed a modest 32-inch decorated fence. The fence has remained in place openly for nearly 5 years without complaint, without incident, without any problem. It presents no danger to the public, no obstruction to visibility, and no adverse impact on the neighboring property. Moreover, the photograph demonstrate, as you see those in exhibit, that similar front yard fences exist throughout the surrounding neighborhood. This case is not about someone intentionally disregarding township regulation. It is about a homeowner who relied upon professional advice, acted honestly, and now respectfully requests equitable relief. Granting this appeal will not undermine integrity of the zoning ordinance. Instead, it will recognize the purpose of the zoning regulation is to protect the public, not to require for the removal of the safe, attractive, and long-standing improvement that has been part of the neighborhood. For those reasons, we respectfully request the board grant the request, zoning relief, and permit the existing fence to remain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, counsel. I have a few questions just to clarify what we're talking about here. So the fence at issue, it appears, well, first off, I guess let me ask for clarification on one point. The 32 inches you said.
Correct.
Where is that measured from?
It is measured from the wall to the top of the fence. As you can see, the Exhibit E.
So essentially, is it what your client's saying is that the bottom part, that's just one solid, looks like concrete chunk.
Right.
That's a wall and not a fence.
Correct, it's not a fence.
And the fence is the 32 inches on the top part, which
Correct.
is the bit of concrete as well as the decorative ornamental metal. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, when your client purchased the property, I believe in December of 2020?
2020, correct. And the wall did exist there, but at that time, the wall was not, of course, it was breaking in between, there was crack in between. So what he did, he fixed those cracks and he painted. The wall you see on the bottom was existed prior to my client purchased the property.
So, hang on. So you're saying that if we use, I guess, your terminology here.
Correct.
And let's call the bottom uninterrupted concrete portion the wall. Your client purchased the property and the wall was there?
Correct, at the time when he purchased.
Now you're saying the wall was cracked or cracking and he repaired it?
No, there were cracks in the wall that he said that when he purchased the property, there were cracks. He filled those cracks and paint on top of them. The only thing that he put was the fence on the top. And he painted the wall, painted the side of the wall.
Yeah, well, could we go back to August of 2019? So for the record, we're looking at a Google Street View, and your client purchased it in December of 2020.
Correct. And I actually saw those in 2020, 2019, the photos that the wall was not there. But in 2020, Google does not show the photo. But when he did purchase back in 2020, the wall was there. And I have someone in the audience to testify who was a neighbor in Upper Darby Township who have seen the wall when my client purchased the property.
So I guess would it be, and this might be unfair because your client's not standing up there right now, but in a moment I'm going to ask him to come back up and affirm some of these answers here because we're kind of getting into the substance. So would it be your client's testimony that between August 2019 and December of 2020, a retaining wall was erected on the property and that there were cracks in that wall and he repaired the cracks and then added the fence, quote unquote, fence on top of it? Is that what he's saying happened?
Correct. The wall existed prior to him purchasing the property. And like I said, there is people in the audience, people who have seen the property who's willing to testify that the wall did exist.
Now, the other question, I just want to point out a couple, or go through a couple legal issues before the board. I'm sure I asked a few factual questions. So I know that there are a number of properties and photographs that you included in your Exhibit D. Now, I'm looking at these, but I don't see any zoning designations. Do you know if these properties that you included in Exhibit D were in the R3 residential district or potentially in a different residential district?
No, they are within within 1 or 2 blocks of that street.
But again, there's nothing here that specifies whether those are R3 properties or a different residential zoning district.
No, I do not, because actually those pictures were taken showing there are other property has similar fence on top of the walls.
And also, I'm looking at the notice, the zoning notice of violation, which is dated April 30th, 2026. I believe your client testified to receiving this April 30th, 2026. There is a 30-day appeal period, and I'm looking here, and I do not, based on when your application was submitted, it appears to me that it was submitted June 18th, 2026. You'll agree with me that's beyond the 30-day appeal period for a notice of violation, will you not?
Well, my client, the day they reached out to our office and everything, of course, as you can see, the client has a language barrier. He had received the notice. He had no clue what to do. He went around asking neighbors what to do. He went to the township. He couldn't get the answers. Then he finally retained the attorney. When he did, we filed the respond.
Sure. No, let me be frank. So it's a jurisdictional issue regarding the appeal.
Correct.
And again, I know you have alternative requests for the variance, so your client has those no matter what. But just to see whether or not this board actually has jurisdiction to consider the appeal, I wanted to make sure there wasn't any other issue delaying the appeal beyond that 30-day period, which I didn't hear during his direct testimony. So that's the only reason I was asking about the notice. So with that, I think the way we're going to do this is I'm sure the board has questions, and if you would like to answer on behalf of your client, that's more than acceptable. I would just ask that at the close of the questions that you bring your client back up and have him confirm that if he were to have answered these questions, that he would have answered those in a similar fashion to the way you'll be answering them to the board.
Sure.
Okay? Sure. But you don't have to do that until the very end if you don't want to.
Okay. Just thank Mr. Sabor, have time. This way.
Yeah. And he can sir, come on up. He can come on up, and either you or your client can answer, and then we'll
answer them, and then I'll affirm with him.
Perfect.
Give you the answer.
All right. So with that, if the board has any questions for either counsel or the applicant, now would be the time.
Was there any backfill done?
No problem.
Was there any backfill of dirt done to support the wall?
Was any? As far as my knowledge, there was not, because the wall, it was existed prior to, was there any support you given, you said, with the dirt in the back of it? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. I've seen the building that you had there, but I couldn't tell, was that wall already there?
Right. Oh, yeah, there is a dirt
there
supporting the wall, correct. There is a dirt supporting the wall, correct, if that's what you're asking on the other side. Of course, the wall is not hanging by itself. There's a dirt, huge, that actually controlling the fence, it will not fall off, of course.
So that the fence, as you see it, isn't, it's just you're adding on top of the support, the wall.
Correct. The wall was existed and the wall was remained
And it
strong
may have
enough.
had backfill of dirt to support that.
Correct. I mean, I believe when he purchased, the wall was existed and the support was there, for the wall. So the wall had enough support for the contractor to put the fence on the wall. If the wall was winking or it was not good, I'm sure they wouldn't have put in the fence on the top. As you know, as you can see the exhibit, and there's multiple properties, you know what I mean? And Upper Darby
Just
has
because somebody does it wrong.
No,
doesn't
I'm
mean
not saying that, I'm just saying.
Good
Correct.
approval.
Can I just add something real quick? When the fence was built, there was no fence permit at this time. It didn't mean that the requirements still had to be followed, but there was no fence permit until 2022.
And Josh, while you're on the mic, if you can, just do me a favor in terms of the notice of violation at issue mentioned as a 6-foot 10-inch fence. Can you explain to the board and to anyone watching how the township calculated that number?
So that was calculated from the sidewalk grade to the top of the, I assume that's aluminum or some type of metal, to the top of the decorative fence.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just one question. I see what looks like a drainage hole for what you're calling the wall.
Yeah.
There. But I only see one. Do you know, and either one of you can answer, do you know if there's drainage holes at any other point in what you're calling the wall?
Are there any other drainage on the wall, any other side of the wall? Are there any drainage where the water goes? Is there any other drainage? Oh, there are?
Yes.
There are the drainage. And what side of the wall?
All right, thank you.
He said middle side of the wall, so I believe not the side.
I see them now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a lot of reasons why there's cracking into the foundation. One of them's probably because, do you know if there's rebar in the foundation to support the foundation from it bumping into the sidewalk or leaning?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Right. Do you have any, was he ever provided any information about the wall that was built when he took over the property?
When you took over the property, do you know any information about the wall?
No.
No, he does not.
Was there a line of sight study ever conducted or inspection report done for the traffic oncoming to the street for the one-way?
I mean, you asking if there's any special report?
So, looks like the assembly is blocking line of sight for cars making a left-hand turn down the one-way. So they can't see oncoming traffic. So they're gonna have to, when they stop at the stop sign, they're gonna have to push out into the oncoming traffic to make a left.
Right, but if you're asking to turning left into that, I think that we're returning left into the back of the alley. Are you talking about the front of the street?
Talking
turning
about
left into
front of the house.
Oh, the front of the house. Okay, turning left. But
So you can see the corner, you can't see oncoming traffic coming or somebody making a left-hand turn. And also, there's a telephone pole and you take, there's clearances that have to be done for so that's infringing on that.
Right, but the wall has been there 5 years. And
Right.
No one ever complained.
So,
And I mean, if you know, normally when there's a street, when.
so you got a whole bunch of issues.
Right. As my understanding, if I'm driving toward, I will leave let's consider the southbound. And of course, if there's a street, when I'm driving, of course, I will slow down to make sure there's no car coming. And I'm sure where the truck is parked, there's a stop sign there. So the traffic going from this side, going straight, would have a right of way to go. I would not have to concern about anyone coming from that, because where that traffic is coming from, where the UPS truck is parked, as you can see, there's a stop sign. So the person, whoever is going to be stopped at the stop sign, traffic come from this side, they will notice the car is there. So I don't think so that will impact any traffic issue.
Since the applicant's initial repair, you're talking about like cracks and things that need to be repaired, that he kind of fixed up the wall. Since then, has he had to do any more repairs like that? Like have the cracks come back? Has he had to maintain them in any way?
Did you, after you fixed the crack, did you ever have to repair them again?
No.
No, he said no.
Okay, so they haven't that issue hasn't resurfaced.
Yeah, it has been resolved, yep.
Yeah.
Does the applicant have any other witnesses or evidence to present?
That's pretty much it. As we said, there's someone in the audience who does not want to be the party of the case, but he's willing to make comment regarding that property.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way. We'll be happy to open up to public comment.
Right.
Does that work? Yeah. All right. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to make public comment with respect to this application?
Mr. Sadiq.
Hi.
Yes. Sheikh Siddiq, SHEIKH, SIIKH, SIDDIQUV, DDDDIQUV.
Good evening, Mr. Sadiq.
Good evening.
I was going to say, been a few months. Please explain to the board what observations you have here.
Actually, I know the property since 2015, and there was the existing wall over there. So my friend, he beautified the wall, and top of the wall, he put the fence. It looks nice, and if possible, the zoning board will approve it to keep the variance. And I used to have the property 129 Market Road, so I know the area, I know the house, particular 201 Market Road.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If anybody have any question, I can ready to answer it.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment?
No, that's it. Oh, somebody else.
Yep.
Joanne Namavong, Joanne, last name Nammavong. I'm sorry. Yes, I do. I just wanted to say, I think we should be thankful for this wall, because a lot of the houses in Upper Darby, like this one, are so far up on hills with a lot of land. I think we should be thankful for somebody put a retaining wall in. I don't think it's right. I think maybe I'm not a proponent of zoning, like a lot of more zoning laws, but to measure from the sidewalk, I don't think is quite fair. I think it should be measured from the inside. This fence is beautiful. I've seen them around lots of different properties in Upper Darby, and I think the purpose of this was to beautify the area. And I think it'll be appropriate to approve this. And as far as the sight lines, I haven't particularly driven on this street, but I've driven on other streets like this, and I don't think that would be a sightline problem. I think anything would be the telephone poles that would create the issue, not the wall. Thank you. Please approve this.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Becky Duggan, Duggan. Yes. So I too am in favor of approving this application. A gentleman is here who's trying to make his property in the neighborhood nice. It's a nice looking fence. I understand that there are issues about, you saying the sight line, but I agree with Joanne. I don't think that would be an issue. There's a lot of properties in Upper Darby that deserve perhaps to have issues brought up against them before this gentleman ever would. So I would ask that you would vote in favor of his application and let him keep his wall and keep his fence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment related to this project?
I will take as many you can. And we can go start from the right to the left. You all in favor of the fence?
Yes.
I guess we got the whole floor.
Seeing no official public comment in addition to what we heard. So at this point, I believe it's appropriate to close the record, and the board will take a moment to discuss an executive session. So we'll go off the record. Thanks. Return from a brief executive session, discuss the application. At this point, does the board have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations. Your application is approved. You'll get a formal written decision from my office in 45 days. Hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good
right, so-
evening,
Oh.
everyone.
You're beating me to the punch here. So we're moving on. For the record, we are at application 7-3 of 2026. Applicant is Cabrera Maria Averos. I
Yes,
apologize if I mispronounced that. For the property at 733 Westwood Lane. I see that the applicant has already taken her place at the microphone. Is there anyone here in attendance who would like to request party status regarding the application for 733 Westwood Lane? Seeing none. Ma'am, do me a favor. Introduce yourself and be sworn in by our court reporter.
okay. Yes,
All right, so I'm going to mark a few exhibits for our record here. ZHB1 is going to be the application package. ZHB2 is the proof of posting, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. So, Ms. Averos, you've seen how some of them worked already tonight. This is your opportunity to explain to the board what you're trying to do for your property, and if we have any additional questions afterward, we won't be afraid to ask those of you. So don't hesitate if you miss something. Okay?
Okay. Yep. I went to a building an addition to my property because now my house is too small. So just 2 bathrooms and it's too small. And I have a family, 5 persons in my house. I have 3 kids and my husband and me. So I need additions for more space.
Thank you very much. So a few quick questions just to get a little more information. I'm seeing here we have on the big screen a drawing from your application package that you submitted. And it looks like there are 2 building additions that we're talking about. There's a larger one to the right of your home and a slightly smaller one to the left. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So can you explain first the small one to the left? What's that going to be used for?
That's the existing is the little kitchen. So I need it just open for I don't have a dining room.
Okay, so is that going to be a bigger kitchen or a new dining room or both?
No, just extension for dining room. It's more big, not the kitchen.
All right, so the left one is for a new dining room.
Yeah.
That right addition, that larger one, what's that for?
Yeah, another is for the small room for when my son. So a little bit more extension the living room. So I think it does it.
Right.
Can my husband can come in for explain that?
Sure.
I don't know.
Yes, I do. Sergio, Sergio. Posada is Posdas. We plan to build a small room and a first floor and a full bathroom. And the second floor, we're going to do a master room and a master bathroom.
Now, are both of these proposed additions, are they both 2 stories?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, the other question I have, this is slightly technical. The plans that we're looking at, did you have an architect or a designer?
Yes, we have an architect.
Okay. So the only thing I notice, and this is not about the actual additions themselves, This is about your setback.
Okay.
So when you look at it, it looks like the setback is on the left side is measured from the front corner of your new addition, but it looks like the back corner might be a little bit tighter to the property line because your property line goes towards the back of your property. It's not straight. So I'm not sure we have the correct measurement for the setback.
That's 2 feet.
If the board requires it, would your architect be able to get a measurement from the back corner of your house on the left side to the property line?
Yeah, but it's enough space. It's more than 14 feet. We have a big yard.
No, I understand, but at this point, the request that you have of the board is for something called side yard setback, because you're going a little too close to your side yard. But for the board to grant relief, we need to know the exact number. And if you look at the back corner, it's a little closer to your property line in the front corner, but we only have the front corner measurement. So if the board looks at it and needs more specific information, we might need you to talk to your architect, get that number and come back so we can grant the right number.
Yeah.
Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know it might seem a little nitpicky, but we need to have these numbers to grant the relief, or else we can't really do that. It has to be the minimum possible.
2 feet, right?
So anyway, I just wanted to point that issue out. But with that, if the board has any questions about your project, they're going to ask those now. Okay?
Okay.
Have you ever gotten this surveyed? This lot that you're working with?
No.
No. So, can you say in the question?
Did you get a survey for the lot? Did you get it surveyed?
Because it isn't a squared piece of land.
Sure. Let me ask this a little differently. So as part of your project, or ever since you bought the home, how long have you owned the house?
My kids and
So about how many years have you owned it?
We have 7.
7?
Yeah.
7 years. Okay. So from 7 years ago until now, whether it's as part of this project or any other time, did you ever hire a surveyor to come out to your property, use the survey machine and, find your property lines and then give you a survey plan of your house?
No.
No? Okay. That was the question, to see if you ever did that. It's called a survey, the document that you would get afterward.
just
Okay.
I need it for my family.
I understand.
Kids live in just one room together, so I know it.
I understand. Don't worry. Okay. Are there any additional board questions? So, Josh, I don't mean to put you on the spot here. In terms of the setback request, what is the actual setback that's requested? And are based on your review of these plans, is that the right measurement of relief that they're asking for?
So the requirement is for a 10-foot minimum side yard, which looks like is fine here. The issue arises, it's 10-foot minimum and 22-foot aggregate. So they are just shy according to their furthest number there, which I think shows 10.4 on one side and it's a little small there, but I think 10.5 on the other.
So in terms of the fact that the setback on the left is measured from the front corner compared to the back corner, is that a problem on our end?
It's going to be smaller.
Yeah. Okay, so
it's all going to be within probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches, but
so let me put it this way. So board members, so we technically have a slight issue here. There are 2 potential options. One is to ask the applicant to confirm the number and come on back. The other one is, if you're inclined to grant this relief, you can do it conditioned on the applicant confirming the number and providing it after the fact. But I think that number has to be confirmed either way. So just something to consider here. With that, are there any additional board questions? No? Is there any public comment regarding this application? Seeing none. Okay, so at this point, I think we're going to close the record, and we're going to take a quick moment to discuss this. We'll be right back. Okay?
Bob's is working. I don't know how you got your phone.
I didn't do a damn thing to it.
Please let the record reflect that the board has returned from a brief executive session to discuss the application. At this point, I have a suggested motion for the board's consideration. The motion would be to approve the application, which would specifically grant an aggregate side yard setback of 20 feet and 8 inches, conditioned upon the applicant's proceeding in specific accordance with the plans submitted. So to the extent that the side yard setback might not be shown 100% correctly on the plans, you need to proceed forward with the proposed building additions as shown on the plans. Does the applicant understand that condition? Basically, you got to build it as you show it on the plans, okay?
Okay.
All right. So that would be the suggested motion. Motion to approve 20-foot, 8-inch aggregate setback, conditioned upon specific compliance with the plans.
Approve, motion approve?
Do you make the motion to approve based upon my suggested motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Congratulations. Your relief has been approved. You'll get a formal written decision from my office in 45 days. Hope you have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next application is application number 7-6 of 26. The applicant Elgin Charlene for the property of 44 Hampton Road. Good evening, ma'am. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to request party status with respect to this application? I do see a hand. Ma'am, come on up for me. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi,
Do me a favor. Could you just introduce yourself for me?
my name is Geraldine Goldman,
All right. I'm sorry. Could you spell both?
Geraldine. Last name Goldman, Goldman.
Nice and simple. All right, Miss Goldman. Where do you live? What's your
I
address?
live at 102 Hampton Road.
How close is 102?
Across Chestnut Street, 44 Hampton is maybe like 4 or 5 houses down below Chestnut. I am 2 houses up above Chestnut.
So let me see. I was sorry. 10. What was it?
2.
All right. So, all right. One moment. All right. So, ma'am, generally speaking, party status is a determination based upon how close you live to the property. So at this point, when I'm looking at your property, it looks like you're about 4 or 5 houses away?
Pretty much, yes, across Chestnut Street.
All right. So it's up to the board's consideration.
Give it.
All right. So at this point, we'll grant you party status.
Thank you.
So basically how this is going to work, just so you understand, is Ms. Charlene is going to have the opportunity to present her case. You'll have the chance after the board asks questions to ask some questions of your own. And if you'd like to say anything, you'll have the opportunity. Okay?
All right,
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please come on up. Oh. Good evening, sir. What's your name?
Leslie Jean.
All right. Leslie, and what was your last name?
Jean, Jean. Leslie Jean.
All right. So, Mr. Jean, what's your address?
My address is 42 Hampton Road. I live next door to the property in question.
I was going to say, that seems pretty close to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't, we don't have to confer on that one. You're granted party status and the same directions apply. Okay, no problem. All right. Is there anyone else in attendance who would like to request party status? Seeing none. All right, ma'am, we're going to mark a few exhibits here. So exhibit ZHB1 is going to be the application package. ZHB2 will be the proof of posting. ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Now, can you do me a favor? I can't remember. Did we already swear Miss Charlene in?
Yes.
Ma'am, you know it's been a bit of a long night, so you've seen how it works. Yep. So tell the board what you're asking, and we'll ask you questions after.
Okay, thank you. Initially, when I submitted the zoning application or packet, I submitted an appeal just based on the violation notice I received. It said that Airbnb is not a permitted use in the zoning district. And I guess I was a bit confused because Airbnb is not a use, it's a booking platform. So it's separate from like an actual bed and breakfast or hotel. So that's the reason I initially submitted the appeal for the violation. After speaking with the zoning department, we understood it's more of like a short-term rental instead of, like I said, in the notice, it specifically said Airbnb. So moving on from that, the variance application I submitted for the short-term use. A few things. So when I purchased the property from the previous owner, she had already moved out of the state. The property was sitting there for a while, not in use. It was not in great condition, so she actually sold it as is. Since then, I have renovated the property with the permits on file with L&I for plumbing, electrical, building. Last year, so I have submitted my license rental application, which has not yet expired. I have registered with the township for the actual, what's the business license application. I have an inspection that has passed and is on file that has not yet expired. So when that is coming due, I will resubmit because it's an annual submission, I understand. So that's one thing with regards to the status of the building and paperwork on file with the township. With regards to the Airbnbs are short-term rental, I should say. The property itself is grandfathered in as multi-family triplex. And that is also on file with the township. Again, we've taken safety precautions. There's no gas on the property. PECO has actually capped our gas line. We have an electric water tank. We have split units. There are no gas appliances, all electric. The smoke detectors and CO detectors are hardwired. So we've taken safety into account. I also have house rules that guests have to acknowledge prior to even booking. And we do a screening process as well. That includes no smoking inside of the property, no parties or events are allowed, no loud music at any time, and quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. to follow the township's ordinance. And guests are aware of this beforehand. With regard to the property, I do provide a high level of professionalism, safety, and accountability. My goal is to provide quality lodging while maintaining the peace, character, and stability of the neighborhood. I am committed to meeting the requirements of the Upper Darby Township, including licensing, inspections, occupancy limits, and the conditions the board may impose. As stated, I do have strict guest policies and noise control. And from my knowledge, there have been no complaints regarding my guests. For short-term rentals, the visitors spend money locally. Some of my guests do come for events in Philadelphia, but they do appreciate the closeness to the public transportation. And while the township itself may not receive funds from the SEPTA, my guests shop locally. They frequent the local restaurants, coffee shops, grocery stores, entertainment venues, local festivals, which is also contributing to the township. And as we know, 69th Street can use a little revitalization. Within the past recent years, some stores have closed. However, my guests frequently shop there. For the support of local employment, I do hire cleaners. I hire local maintenance contractors, landscaping services, and tradespeople, which is also contributing to the community members by keeping the financial flow local. For short-term rentals, some of the benefits also include no burden on the school or long-term services, because guests do not enroll their children in the school, even though I gladly pay the taxes. They do not use social services. They do not require long-term municipal resources. And additionally, it's less of a burden on the court if I need to evict someone or someone is squatting, that I need to take up the court's time. So those are some of the benefits. Also, for me, I believe it makes the neighborhood desirable because people are coming out. They are visiting local venues in the Upper Darby Township. So with everything that I've said, I believe the requests align with the Upper Darby's goal of supporting responsible property use, encouraging economic activity, and maintaining neighborhood stability. I'm committed to operating a safe, quiet, well-managed short-term rental that enhances the community, supports local businesses, and contributes to the township revenue. I respectfully request approval so I can continue investing in Upper Darby and providing quality lodging for visitors to our township.
Thank you very much. So I just have a few brief questions before I open up to the board. So what you're asking for, there's two separate types of relief. The first is an appeal from the notice of violation that you mentioned. And the second is a request for a variance. So, for anyone watching, in case one's not granted, you basically have a plan B, more or less. So you heard earlier when there was an appeal from a notice of violation, and I asked the attorney a couple questions. The question I'm going to ask you are somewhat similar. So the notice of violation was dated May 22nd.
Yes.
And it had to be appealed within 30 days. But this application wasn't filed until the first week of July.
Yes.
Did you talk to the zoning office about that?
I did. I spoke with Demetria. The letter was not mailed until, I believe, June 2nd.
Okay.
It was postmarked. And so I received it a few days later, and I called Demetria. She extended to my submission date to the deadline for this hearing today, which was, I believe, July 7th.
Okay. So because of that, the township extended that deadline, so the appeal is timely. That's what you're...
Yes.
Okay. So that makes sense. I appreciate you providing that. Now, the second part of it relates to what you started talking about at the very beginning, which was the short-term rental use. And generally speaking, that is not allowed in the R3 residential district. So what you're asking for today is to be able to use your property at 44 Hampton Road essentially as a short-term rental, whether that's listed on Airbnb or any other platform. Is that correct? All right. And your property as existing is I believe you said a triplex?
Yes.
Right. And are you renting or were you renting all 3 units within the triplex all for a short-term rental basis?
One unit is my unit, which I have, so I've been renting mostly 2, but others I do have. When I'm away, I visit family a lot, and I help them with a lot of medical issues in different states, and I do, I guess, sublease that as well at times.
All right, so I just want to make sure I understand what your request is tonight. So you're asking to basically rent 2 of the units short-term.
3, I'm sorry.
So, sure, so let me just make
on
sure
the, on the record, yes.
So 2 full-time, but then the third one, you want to have the right to rent that full-time as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the property itself, are there 3 designated separate entrances?
Yes.
And how does parking work? How many spaces do you have?
I can fit 4 cars in the lot.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions, but like I mentioned before, the board might. So at this point, the board's going to ask you any of their questions. And then once they're done, there are 2 other parties to the case who might have questions for you as well. Right? And other parties, wait till your turn. I will announce it so you don't miss it, okay? All right. Board members, now would be the time to ask any questions if you have any.
Earlier you testified that you were, like, I guess once you acquired the property, you were doing renovations in anticipation of, I guess, renting it and fixing the property up. And you were saying that you obtained, I guess, permits for that and licensing. Could you specify, like, what kind of licensing were you, like, applying for at the time when you acquired?
Okay, so just to clarify, those are 2 separate. So the permits for the renovations were just in general, the building needed work. And those included a building permit, a general building permit, plumbing permit, and electrical. The basement was renovated, and I wish I had pictures, but that was on file prior to the license application. So the license application came later, which includes the rental dwelling application, which was approved, and the business application with the township.
And the rental license that you applied for that was approved, that was to rent out all 3 units for the triplex? So you got approval to rent 3 dwelling units?
That was for, at that time, 2. And as I stated, so once I have to, I guess, renew the dwelling application, I will submit for the 3, for potentially the 3rd unit.
And I guess in the application initially for the 2 dwelling units, did you designate that you were intending to do short-term rental?
No, and that was my confusion after speaking with the zoning board. My understanding was that for the license application, I could just rent. I considered all rentals under this application. As far as my knowledge, the township has not issued a standard Airbnb or standard short-term, and I could be mistaken by this, for the process of Airbnbs or short-term rental. And from my understanding, I may be just the first one going through this process, so it's a little daunting for me. So again, I did not submit the dwelling application specifically for short term. I did not know there was a separate application for that.
And so when did you acquire the property?
in February of 2022.
I guess since you finished the work and obtained the license, have you ever had traditional rentals
I have,
in the property?
yes.
And currently, is there any traditional rentals in the property?
No.
And I guess I should clarify, when I say traditional, like a year or longer?
No, I'm sorry, I would take that back. I did sublease it. It took so long for the renovations to get done. The renovations weren't completed until way later. So with regards to like a year-long lease, no.
What's the longest lease you've had since you acquired the property?
I've had 4 months.
Is that tenant still, like, is that tenant is occupying the property right now?
No,
Are the, outside of yours, the other two are vacant currently?
yes,
Are they currently listed for short-term rental?
yes.
I'm sorry,
Well,
speak. What did you say?
the other the other two units are not currently rented by a standard lease agreement for the 1 year.
How many, for the two, I guess, available units, how many, what's like the floor plan scenario? How many bedrooms, bathrooms, et cetera?
There's 4 bedrooms, 1 bath, 1 bedroom, 1 bath.
So one is 1 bedroom, 1 bath, another is 4 bedrooms, 1 bath?
Yes.
What's the shortest amount of time that you offer for rentals?
That I have offered 2 days.
Two days?
Short term, yes.
Was that 2 days?
Like a weekend, like some people come for a weekend getaway.
You said you travel a lot. So who, do you self-manage? I guess up to this point, have you been self-managing the properties, like when your tenants have issues or anything like that?
Yes, mainly.
So
But
how are you doing it? You're doing that remotely?
Remotely, Booking platform has an app. We receive messages, and I have co-hosts in the area that can handle issues. If there are any complaints or anything that needs addressed, someone's available 24/7. So even 1 o'clock in the morning, there's someone available.
Have you had any incidents or anything of that nature with like neighbors as it relates to your occupants?
No, I have not received any complaints from my knowledge. The township has not received any complaints, unless I'm mistaken.
Is there any other party that would besides you in the township? Like, do you have a third party managers? that
No,
service it? Okay.
if there was, I mean, it would have been reported to maybe the police, or there's nothing on file.
Is there a reason, sorry, this is my last question. Is there a reason that you leaned more towards short-term versus traditional, like long-term rentals when you acquired the property?
Oh, I lean more towards that. I'm also originally from New York, and I know even with the unfortunate events with the pandemic and some people unable to pay rents and mortgage, I did not want to fall into the trap, number one, of having to evict anyone. I mean, that's not a nice situation, especially if they have kids. Like, I don't want to have to be placed in that situation, or have to go through the courts and still have to, pay. But also, it's an enjoyable experience on the other side too, because I generally get to see my guests. The guests thank me for opening my home to them. My guests are respectful. They just want to come and have a great time and explore the city. They often ask me for suggestions of places to visit, eat, where to go to shop, or local events if they're going to Longwood Gardens or anywhere else in the township. It's not just going like people think, oh, Philadelphia, I'm going to the sporting arena or wherever it's an enjoyable experience, I'd say, as well.
And so, I think what I'm hearing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't necessarily want to deal with sort of the process of having to evict a long-term tenant, should that have, you didn't want to have to deal with it.
It's a process, yeah. I'm not saying that I didn't want to. I understand with what I can manage. I'm not being here, but yes, having to go through the application process, verifying employment and economic status for the applicants, and whether or not 3 months in the tenant cannot pay their rent. That's a long process as well, having to take them to court and going through that process. I would prefer not to deal with that.
Okay. So in 2022, you acquired it with the intent to do short-term rentals. Like, that's why you acquired it?
No, I acquired it because the opportunity presented itself to me. The previous owner sold it directly. It was for sale by owner. So when I acquired the property, it was a good opportunity for me. I did not purchase it with the intent of, I'm going to look for a short-term rental. It just, with doing the research and becoming more knowledgeable of the benefits of the short-term rental, then after purchasing it, I decided to go that route.
Okay.
You rent out the basement too?
No, I live in the basement, in the lower unit. But it was, yes, but it was renovated. Those were the permits on file. It's on file with the township and passed inspection.
Can you repeat that, please?
That was the basement, as I said, was renovated, and the permits were on file with the township and passed inspection as well. With Eleanor.
So then you share the utilities, like washer, dryer, and you live in the basement, right? Then if you got to go get something to eat, the fridge is upstairs?
Everything is the code. The separate units. The 4-bedroom, they have a kitchen, washer and dryer. The electrical, that permit was already passed, that it's separate breaker boxes inside of the units. Like for each floor, the electrical is to code. And there are no shared facilities. The private entrance, yes, private entrance, washer, dryer, kitchen, bathrooms are separate.
How do you get into the basement?
There's access from the street level. That was already in place. I don't have a picture, but it was already in place when I purchased the property. It's zoned. It was already zoned as such prior to me purchasing it.
Is it like storm doors or?
Yes.
Okay, so you go down, you open the storm doors and you go down the stairs and you go in the basement.
There are no stairs. It's a ground level. It's, as someone mentioned earlier, Upper Darby is just a bit funny because some houses are like up on the hill and then some are lower. And in this case, the basement enters from the ground level. And the first floor, you have to go up the stairs to the yard and then up some additional stairs. And then the second floor has its own separate entrance. And then you go upstairs.
I understand.
If you have any, if I could clarify, but, or if you need clarification.
I just need a second to think about it.
Are there any additional board questions at this time? No? Well, we do have a couple of parties as well. Do either of the parties have any questions of the applicant? Okay, well, come on up, Ms. Goldman.
My first question.
Oh, hang on one second here. We got it.
Talk there and then you could sit here.
Okay.
That way you can get all your responses.
All right, Ms. Goldman, now's your time to ask questions. Just do me a favor. Just please, everyone be respectful and try to talk over each other. We don't want to make Lori's night even tougher.
No, we're not going to do that. Do you have any other properties in Upper Darby Township?
With regards to,
Rentals or just property that you own? Is this your only property in Upper Darby?
I have several properties on different locations.
Are they short-term rentals too?
I have different types of
They are?
properties.
So you're familiar with the process for short-term rental?
I'm not familiar with the process of, I'm sorry, I'm trying to direct your question appropriately because as I stated previously, this is the first notice that I received and this is the first time I'm going through this process.
So, Ms. Charlene, if you can, not to,
I've not gone through this process before, so I'm not familiar with the short-term rental process.
Because it's listed as a short-term rental, and that's usually up to 30 days. Anything over 30 days, it becomes extended, which is filtering into long-term.
So
then you said you had a rental one time that was 4 months?
Ms. Goldman, I'm not sure I heard a question there.
Okay.
And I also want to say, you're going to have a chance to make whatever statement or argument you would like to the board as well. So if you have statements, you can save those, but this is just for questions.
Okay, so you have other properties. How many properties do you have?
I'm trying to find the relevance to this.
I'll actually chime in. That is, I understand why you might want to know that, but for the purposes
We'll
of this.
focus on this property.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
that's fine. Have you ever considered long-term rental?
I have considered long-term rental.
And have you considered the community? Because it takes away from the community when you have transients in and out every 30 days.
You, as you stated, you live at 102
Yes.
Hampden, which is not directly on the unit block of Hampden.
No, it is not.
You're on a separate block of Hampden. Have you had
Ms. Charlene, I believe the question was whether you
Okay.
considered an impact on the community.
Yes, I have. And that's, I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask a question within a question. Yes, I have. Let me answer your question first. I have considered that. And as you heard from my statements, I've listed several benefits to the community with regards to even the economic impact, the safety protocols that were put into place, and how to reduce disturbances to my neighbors. So I have taken all of that into consideration. I guess what I was trying to figure out how to better answer your question is, have you, as a neighbor and a member of the community, witnessed any Do you have any complaints or have you witnessed any disturbances?
Miss Charlene, I appreciate your answer, but I think now is time for the next question.
Okay.
Okay. So you did say you haven't had any issues, and I don't recall seeing any issues down there. I think most of the residents' concern is the short-term rental where we would prefer or consider, or hoping you would consider to do a long-term. Is the property, is it zoned for?
Is it zoned for short-term rental?
Yes.
Well, that's why we're here.
I mean, no, but I'm just saying, are there any ordinance for short-term rentals or Airbnbs within the municipality?
At this point, this is just a moment for you to answer, or to ask questions of the applicant.
But it can't just be to you guys as well, because I have questions around the whole area.
No, unfortunately, it's not that sort of a back and forth process. The board is simply here to make a decision on the relief that's being requested. And as a party, obviously, you have the right to partake. And this is your chance to ask questions.
And you have parking. You said for parking. Where is the parking at?
It's on the premises.
It's where?
On the premises, there's a driveway.
Okay, and they enter through the back. And you do understand that that is a residential permit parking street, so they would not be able to park on the street. They would have to park there, or you would have to call them in and have them approved for residential parking for a period of 2 weeks at a time.
I'm familiar with the Upper Darby parking process.
Okay, so if they have guests coming, where will the guests park if you're utilizing all 4 spots?
Guests generally don't have guests.
At this time, but there's a possibility?
They are the guests. So if most guests actually don't require parking because they're flying in and they take Ubers or they take public transportation, the 69th Street.
So your guests don't normally drive?
Let's not talk over each other.
I'm sorry, I apologize, that was me.
It's human nature.
Some guests drive and we manage the parking without disturbance to our neighbors.
Okay. No disturbance with parking whatsoever.
As stated, there have been no complaints on file.
Okay. How long has the rental been going on?
I submitted my rental application.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I think is it now?
If there's a green light.
It's green?
All right, then you just need to speak a little closer to it. Yeah.
Okay.
Do the units have any emergency exits?
As mentioned, my inspections are up to date and my inspections are all passed for all safety precautions and all building requirements.
But do they have, I need to understand, you've gotten approved from them, but I'm asking you, are there emergency exits?
Yes.
Is it handicap accessible?
I do not list my any of my properties as handicap accessible, and if the guest does require that, they are informed beforehand that it is not.
So you're not in compliance with any ADA for disabilities?
I'm not understanding the relevance.
So if you have someone that needs assistance, like
Ms. Goldman, not to cut you off, but I think the applicant has already answered your questions about the ADA, and it seems like she admits that it's not ADA compatible. So I think it's the relevance of it notwithstanding, but I think that you got the answers you were looking for, I think, on this one.
So I can bring all that up with comments then.
You can move straight
Come
on.
back and do that with comments. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jean, do you have any questions of the applicant? And again, just comments? Okay. Ma'am, thank you very much. So at this point, do you have any other evidence to present to the board?
Should I just say?
You can go back to the podium if you'd like.
I don't have evidence. I just like to sum up. I do understand the concerns of the neighbors and community members. And with regards to the ADA, it's not required. My guests understand there are steps to enter. As I mentioned, the first floor is actually above level, so there are steps to enter. They are aware of that. I've taken safety precautions, no smoking, no gas on the property, and all of the detectors are hardwired. The short term actually allows me more frequent access to inspect the property and make sure everything is in working order, as opposed to if someone has a year-long lease or 2 years or more. And again, there are no complaints on file. I don't anticipate any complaints because either myself or my co-host are on call 24/7 to handle any matters. And with regard to the community impact, it is beneficial for visitors to come and see everything that Upper Darby Township has to offer.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we do have two parties, so I'm going to open up to the parties first and then any public comment afterward. So Ms. Goldman, you can come on up, and whatever statements or arguments you would like to make to the board or whatever you would like the board to consider, now is your opportunity to speak right to the board.
All right. As far as short-term rentals, Airbnb, Verbos, whatever they call them, I moved here to a community. I did not move here to have transients that are in and out 1 week or 1 month. It's not what, it breaks the community up. I've gone through this with another Airbnb that was approved a couple of years ago, and I think it's still in, is it in court now, Josh? I'm talking about the Copley property.
Yes, that's still.
Yeah, where it was approved, and it's been, to me, a nuisance. And I can say that. I can't say this is a nuisance at the time. I can say this other one has been a nuisance. I'm out walking the dog when I have them early in the morning, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. That's not acceptable. Having these people linger outside smoking additional substance other than cigarettes. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys know that Airbnb, short-term rental, they drive up the cost of the home prices and long-term rentals as well. It's going to make it harder for anybody else that's seeking a residential to find a permanent residential home. All right? It takes away from the neighborhood's character, because most of the people here want to know who's living next door to them, who's living up the street from them. You know, if I'm going to go away for a while or I'm not going to be home for a while, I can call one of them and say, hey, I got something at the house. Can you go pick it up? That's what I'm looking for. I want to maintain the community. I want Upper Darby to remain a community. I know that's not possible for me to do, but I just want everybody to see what Upper Darby's about. And it's not about transit. We can have guests come in. In my mind, if you want a hotel, make it that 69th Street Sears building. I mean, I think that would be a great place for it, to me, in my mind. But these are just my comments, and I did have one more. Let me find it. Neighborhoods. When you have a neighborhood, you have respectful neighbors. They're looking out for you. They're keeping their noise ordinance down. I'm not saying all short-term rentals are loud, but I'm just saying your neighbors respect you. They communicate with each other. They reach out. We care about the neighborhood. We're fixing it up. We're doing our gardens, our yards, you know, making sure our properties are appealing outside of the house as well as inside of the house. And we're mindful of their space, their community areas, and trying to clean up the neighborhood. With a transient coming in and out, you don't have anybody out there cleaning up the leaves, or when a storm comes, everybody's out there helping each other, make sure they're okay and everything. You're not going to get that with somebody coming in and out on a regular basis. And this is what the community needs. That person next door, they're not going to be out there for you if they're only there for a week. Oh, it's not my problem. I'm out of here in another day or two. Those are my comments, and I'm going to leave it there and let other people give their comments, because I know you guys want to go home tonight.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, Mr. Jean, come on up.
I can just start?
You can just talk, fire away.
So first, the gentlewoman made some great points. It's just that my experience with that property has been the opposite. I've lived in the house next door for about 12 years, and I was renting. And the house next door was abandoned for a very long time in disrepair. It was eyesore to the neighborhood. It was just horrible. I don't know how long it's been around, but it was in really bad shape. So when that property was purchased, she came in and cleaned it up, and that actually encouraged me to buy that house next door that was connected to it. So now I own it, and together the two of us really made an effort to make the place look better. And the entire block was really bad. I mean, people would going down to the train station, they would walk down other streets rather than Hampton Road. And ever since we started, we fixed up our house, every house successively started to do the same. So now the entire block is much better. I can tell you right now directly because this lady bought that house. And I bought my house because I saw what she did to hers. And I said, okay, this might become a neighborhood worth investing in. And I know, and she says before about transients, none of that experience. This woman takes very good care of the house, better than the homeowners around there did for a long time. So that the house is kept up. It's actually the best kept house in the entire block, but now the entire block is now much better. And I'm trying to keep up with her. I'm a guy, I don't have gardens and stuff, but I definitely am appreciative. We haven't had any issues with, transients or anything like that. Even the parking, I don't believe has been, really much affected. And also too, the parking is permit only. So if guests come and they park when they're not supposed to, they'll get tickets. So we haven't noticed, a lack of parking in the neighborhood because of it. So that's my opinion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, just to add one more thing, the transients don't upkeep the properties, but I actually do, and I hire people to help me as well. And as Mr. Jean stated, some of the other properties that are rented, the landlords do not come and maintain as well as I do, because usually you want the guests to have an inviting place to stay, so the property is well maintained.
I appreciate that. Thanks for adding the additional comments. Is there any further public comment with regard to this application? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Becky Duggan. I know I can't ask questions. Oh, Duggan, Duggan. And this wasn't brought up. I just was curious. I know it's not time to ask questions because I'm not a party status, but what kind of background checks or security is being run on the people who are renting these properties that are coming into our neighborhoods? Because if people are coming in and out, we don't know who they are. There's no, I know if you buy the house next door, you don't know who lives there either. But if it continues to keep changing and rolling over, I think it tends to maybe lead to maybe there being problems. So I think that could be a concern.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, should I answer?
Ma'am, you'll have a moment at the very end if you want to make I would say a brief response. Mr. McIntyre, I believe.
Hi, Kyle McIntyre, Upper Darby Councilman at Large. And also prior member of the Zoning Hearing Board. So hello again. How are you guys? So I just want to, as it relates to this property specifically, and of course, I hear the applicant, I hear the reasonings as it relates to, wanting to, make the best of use of their property. I do want to, I guess, refrain or rephrase the argument to what our core message should always be, and especially for this, it being a variance, if hardship has been proven, and can we say that the property cannot be used for any other purposes but a short-term rental? Can we say that this is currently consistent and that none of these conditions were either chosen or created by the applicant? Unfortunately, as we talk about variances and we talk about these exceptions, we need to make sure that we're being blind, especially for a judicial process. So as it relates to this application and from the testimony I've heard, my opinion is that I've yet to see a hardship proven to justify this application. And my opinion would be that I would request that the board vote to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further public comment related to this application? Seeing none. So at this point, ma'am, do you have any, like I said, at this point, I believe the board is very understanding of the facts underlying the application. If you'd like to make a very brief response to any of that.
Yes, briefly, with regard to the applications, the Airbnb platform verifies government-issued IDs. So unlike some other rentals that you can just make a copy of your ID, or you can use someone else's ID and have your coworkers list as a reference for rental or whatever have you. These are government-issued IDs that Airbnb uses, and they vet all of the guests that come to the neighborhood. People are coming to visit their kids at college, attending weddings, family reunions, and like I said, sporting events. I've not had an issue where there's people just generally hanging out or causing issues in front of the property or disturbance to the neighbors. People are just coming to enjoy the area. With regard to hardship, I was not familiar with that zoning or variance application requirement, but as stated, I do have to travel a lot for my family for medical. Just recently, I returned to school, so I have not been working since then. I have graduated, but with everything else that has come into play, if the board does need that requirement for zoning variance, I can submit any documentation required.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so at this point, I believe we'll close the record, and the board will be back after a brief recess. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Please let the record reflect that the board has returned from a brief executive session to discuss the application. And at this point, I believe a motion is appropriate.
I make a motion to deny the application in its entirety.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Bob, do you vote in support of the application or support of the motion?
I do.
Okay. So with that, you've been denied by a vote of 3 votes to 0. You will receive a formal written decision from my office within 45 days. Have a nice evening, ma'am.
Okay, question. So when does that take effect? Because
If
now,
you have any questions,
if
I would
speak with the-
suggest that you
Okay.
reach out to Josh or Demetria during regular working business hours.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Have a good night. All right, that concludes our business this evening. Hope everyone has a good night. All right, maybe that's a bad joke. Hang on, everybody. It's a joke. It's a joke. I understand that now. All right, so everyone, we're not on the record yet. I just want to explain to everybody. I know it's late. We are going to do our best to power through this for everybody. All right. So I just want to let you all know that we really don't want to make everyone come back another time. So moving forward, the final item on our agenda this evening is 4-1 of 26. This was continued from the May 26, 2026 agenda date for the property at 7800 West Chester Pike, applicant West Chester Pike LLC. All right. A little bit of housekeeping here. Mr. Stivel, do you have any additional applications or exhibits? Sorry, it's.
Yes, I do.
As one of the attorneys said earlier, it's been a long day, so I understand that.
Start this at 5:30 in the morning. Yep.
When's breakfast being served?
All right. For the record, the applicant has provided 3 additional exhibits. The last time we were here, the applicant's exhibits went A1 through A9. The applicant has since provided 3 additional exhibits, A10, A11, and A12. A10 is a revised plan set. A11 is a memorandum prepared by Caruolo, Caruolo Associates Incorporated. And then A12 is a resume for Mr. John R. Caruolo, PE. So those will be conditionally admitted upon the applicant providing testimony on those issues. Separately, excuse me, everyone, do me a favor. Sometimes, comments and conversation carry, but the hallway is just a short walk away. Not looking at anybody in particular there. Just for the record purposes, we were obviously here back in May for the first portion of this hearing. And I just want to say I really do appreciate everyone's patience and everyone's courtesy in working through that May hearing. I know that was a long night, much like tonight, and I do appreciate many of the parties more or less standing aside to allow other folks to make public comment and participate who maybe could not have been here this evening. But just for the record, we do have a number of parties who are granted party status in addition to the applicant. Those are Avian, and I sincerely apologize if I'm mispronouncing names, Avian with two N's, and Antonio Craig, Fatima Liberato, Sonia Neptune, Deborah and Jamel Ben Salah, Stephen Richardson, Guy Edmondson, Daniela Espinal, and Wesley and Denise Long. Those are the parties that I have listed. Is there anyone who did not request party status at the prior hearing and whose name I did not list who would like to request party status for the continued application tonight? All right. Seeing none. So like I said, we have ZHB 1, 2, and 3, which were the application, the proof of posting, and the proof of publication. We had the applicant exhibits 1 through 9, plus the following 10, 11, and 12 that were just discussed tonight. The one item I do want to mention is prior to tonight's hearing, we received email correspondence, I believe, from Ms. Ben Salah with a petition that was purportedly signed by a number of local neighbors. At this point, I cannot, it's board policy, we do not accept signed petitions because we don't know if those signatures are authentic. We don't know what was informed of those neighbors, so that's why we can't accept that. But if anyone is here this evening who signed that petition, you can make public comment at the close of tonight's hearing, and you can say whatever you like, good, bad, or indifferent. However, there were some additional elements to that petition, which included essentially what looks to be a legal memorandum and argument. So we will accept that, and that's going to be Exhibit Ben Salah 1. So just so the record is clear on those points. So with that, the last hearing, we heard from the applicant himself. We heard from the applicant's architect. And one of the reasons why we continued to tonight was, I believe, the applicant was looking to present testimony from its traffic engineer, who I believe is present this evening, together with the rest of the applicant's team. I also will represent that the applicant reached out earlier today and provided the revised plan set that has been referenced as Exhibit A10 this evening. I don't want to put any words in the applicant's mouth, so I was hoping that maybe the applicant's counsel can provide a brief update as to some of the changes to the project so that everyone understands what the new requests are, and then the applicant can obviously present the remainder of its application however it sees fit.
In summary, I would like to extend my thank you to this board for this allowing us to continue. We have two witnesses tonight, John Carullo, who's a traffic engineer. He will opine as to the peak time period demand for parking on the site based on the proposed use. And then I have Kurt, the architect, who will testify about an amended plan which was transmitted to the township today. Now, we listened to the neighbors last hearing, and we listened to the questions from the board at the last hearing. And the revised plan removes the fourth floor, reducing units from 52 to 36 units. So now we have 36 units. We continue to have the same footprint, so we have 21 spaces. Kurt will explain to you the mix per floor and how they are arranged and how many people they can accommodate. Now, listening to the neighbors, I think there was a misapprehension in terms of who will be occupying this property. The property it's a senior community. Persons 62 years of age or older. There is an income limit because this is a subsidized senior community. And either Sylvester Okolo or John Cruel, I think, has the information, will inform you. Approximately, if you're a single resident, it's about $1,300 a month. Two persons, it's a little bit more. That resident doesn't have the ability to maintain a car at those income levels. We raised the issue of a condition that this board impose and indicate that residents shall not have a car on site. And we will put that in our lease agreement, and certainly the zoning officer can, monitor as we proceed. Additionally, some of our residents will have physical incapacities. They may be in a wheelchair, they may be a walker, or like me, they're just struggling to walk, period. We'll have some residents that will have some type of neuro issue, whether it might be Parkinson's. And so there's going to be a whole panoply of types of residents in there, but they must be 62 years of age, must have lower income levels, not moderate income, but lower income levels. And they are typically, will typically need some type of assistance in handling day-to-day functions. Like they may need someone to clean or cook a meal, or just be a caretaker to watch. So what I heard at our last meeting was, oh, this is a group home. It's not a group home. This is potentially a facility for those persons in transition. It is not. Senior residents who have difficulties on the income level and will have some infirmities. I asked Sylvester. You heard what I said tonight to the board and my representations to the board.
Yes.
Do you agree that those represent? Yes. Yes. Can you please give your name for the court reporter?
Name is Sylvester Okolo, Sylvester, last name Okolo.
And Mr. Okolo, you heard my representations to the board tonight. Are they accurate, and do you affirm those representations?
Yes, it is.
Do you have anything to add in addition to my statement?
Yes. I also want to, I think there's some kind of misconception regarding the type of residence and accommodation. Most people that live in the accommodation necessarily do not need assistance. Some of them may not need assistance. Some of them are likely people who want to downsize. Maybe they are single, they lost their husband or they lost their spouse, and the children are grown up, so they want to downsize. So some people do that to be able to be in a community where they can socialize with people of similar characteristics or age group. So they don't necessarily need to have caregivers.
Will any of your residents own a vehicle on the property?
I mean, no, they don't need vehicles.
Is it important to your residents that they be in an area where there's mixed commercial to support their needs, including food and prescriptions, things like that?
Yes, it is.
And do you believe that this site adequately addresses that need?
Yes, it is.
That's all I have with Mr. Oklo. I'll gladly move to Mr. Carollo, the traffic engineer.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think at this point, I think the applicant, you should present all your witnesses, and then we can.
Yes.
And then we can do questions all at once.
Mr. Carollo? I've provided the board with Mr. Carollo's CV marked A12. I would offer at this time Mr. Carollo as an expert in this field of traffic engineering. He's been admitted before countless boards, before courts of common pleas in this matter. He's done his traffic engineering for 45 years or 50 years.
Oh, please stop.
That much, about 50
It's a long
years.
time.
He's been a professor at Villanova in the field of traffic engineering. He's been well received again by the courts and other bodies.
And Mr. Carollo, you maintain a licensure pursuant to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, correct?
Correct.
I
And the state of New Jersey.
I figured as much. You're admitted as an expert in traffic engineering. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So,
Can you please provide the court reporter with your name and professional address?
John Carullo, Caruollo.
Would you kindly raise your, go ahead.
482 Coldstream Drive, Berwyn, Pennsylvania, 19312. I do.
We're gonna provide an extra microphone to make sure that everyone can hear.
Thank you. Mr. Curl, did you review the plans prepared by Cicada Architecture, which the amended plans are marked A10 for identification?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Could you please describe your engagement for this board?
I was engaged to look at the parking situation, the parking variance that is being requested, and see if the amount of parking that was being provided for this proposed residential facility is sufficient based on accepted traffic engineering standards.
Did you review the property and the roadway system surrounding the property?
Yes, and I'm very familiar with Westchester Pike, Pennock Road, and Pennock Avenue, and Fairview Avenue as well.
Okay. Can you please describe how access is proposed by the persons who would access, whether it's a caregiver or employee on site? How would they access this property?
They would access it via Pennock Avenue. One of the beauties of this proposal is that there'll be no new driveways on Westchester Pike. It'll be entrance only on Pennock Avenue and then exit on Fairview Avenue with no new driveways, as I said before, on Westchester Pike.
Mr. Crowell, you prepared a parking needs study?
That's correct.
And is my copy marked Exhibit A11, a copy of your study?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you please describe the substance of your study?
So what we wanted to do was look at the anticipated peak demand for parking by the proposed facility of 36 units and see, based on accepted traffic engineering standards, whether that was sufficient. We also extended and looked at an actual development similar to the one that's being proposed tonight and see what the parking demand there was during the weekday. So the first thing we did was look at, I don't know how many times you've heard the spiel of the trip generation manual, the Bible, that would give you estimates of the number of trips generated by different types of land uses. There's a companion piece called the parking generation manual, produced by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And we took a look at that. The most recent edition, the 6th edition of dated 2025, the ITE parking generation manual, we again looked at different land uses and looked at the type of demand for parking of those different land uses. The basis for those estimates are not based on any formulas per se. They're based on empirical data or parking counts conducted at parking lots for the different types of land uses: residential, commercial, industrial, et cetera. And looking at similar type of land use that is being proposed for this project of a conjugate care facility, we found that the demand for 36 units would be for 17 parking spaces, which shows that the proposed supply of parking will exceed the proposed peak demand for parking for the proposed facility. So in addition to that, we took a look at a similar facility in the city of Philadelphia on North 2nd Street, Casa Indiana, and that has 50 units for senior citizens. They have a parking lot off-street of only 9 parking spaces. And When we did a parking count there, we found that only 5 of the 9 were being utilized. There was 4 vacant. So even with that very small parking lot for 50 units, even that wasn't being used totally. Only about 50% of it, of those spots were occupied. So based on the ITE trip generation, excuse me, I say trip generation manual so much, I got it wrong again. The parking generation manual, and looking at a similar type of land use, it is our opinion that the proposed supply of parking for the 36 units, and that being 21 parking spaces, is more than sufficient to handle the peak parking demand of this facility.
In your opinion, is the proposed one-way alley entering on one street, exiting on another street, safe and efficient?
Yes. The thing about one-way access driveways, it eliminates a lot of conflicts. So in my opinion, that really is the best design that you could have there, especially without any additional driveways on Westchester Pike, would be one-way circulation in and out of the proposed facility.
And please remind me, this one-way alley exits on, is it Pennock?
No, access onto Fairview.
On Fairview. And is there a light at the intersection of Fairview and Westchester Pike?
No, because there's a median, raised median island there. The traffic signal is at Westchester Pike and Pennock.
Okay. So residents or caregivers or employees exiting this building would make a right onto Fairview and then make a right onto Westchester Pike.
Yeah, and then if they had to go west on Westchester Pike, they would make the U-turn. There's a designated left turn lane at that intersection. So they would use that or turn left to go on Pennock.
Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Pearl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stivel. At this point, my original idea was to go through all of your witnesses first, and the board can ask whatever questions they would like. I think that might work better, but if you want to do something different, I'll leave it to you.
We'll move right on to the architect.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Mr. Raymond, you were sworn in last evening?
Last meeting, yes, I was.
Yes. You remain sworn in, sir?
Yes. Kurt, K-U-R-T, Raymond, R-A-Y-M-O-N-D.
Mr. Raymond, did you revise the proposed plans which were attached or proffered as Exhibit A2?
We did.
And are the plans that you revised, is the package A10 an accurate copy of your plans?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the modifications between the plans that were presented last evening and the plans that are being presented this evening?
I can. After feedback from the community and consultation with the owner, we've deleted the 4th floor, taking the total unit count from 52 to 36. Otherwise, the footprint of the building has remained essentially the same. The parking count has remained essentially the same, 21. The program at the 1st floor, again, is the same, consisting primarily of sort of public meeting space, lobby, offices for Mr. Okolo's business, and then 4 units. A typical typical upper floor, the 2nd and 3rd, is 16 units, 15 of which are 1 bedroom. 1 is 2 bedroom. The 1 bedrooms are about 625 square feet. The 2 bedrooms are 900 square feet. I believe there were questions last time about the nature of dining and food preparation. These are conventional apartments. Every apartment has its own kitchen, so the tenant or the caregiver will prepare food there. There is no common dining. And I believe there's also a question about the number of accessible units, and we're showing a total of 5 right now, which exceeds the the requirements of the code.
Now, sir, in Exhibit A10, the configuration of the rooms on the first, second, and third floors are attached as Exhibit A003?
Yes.
And the proposed configuration of the 1 and 2 bedroom units is on page A004?
It is. Yes.
Now, can you describe the amenities and the facilities in the 1 bedroom and the 2 bedroom units, including the general size?
Sure. So the 1 bedrooms, as I said, are about 625 square feet, and they feature a sort of open dining, living, kitchen scheme, and then a generous bedroom and bathroom. The 2 bedrooms, again, have an open kitchen, living, dining area, and 2 bedrooms and a bath.
And the new elevation, having only 3 floors, is depicted on A006?
Correct.
Based on these proposed revised plans marked as A10 for identification, what zoning relief is needed, in your opinion?
Well, I don't believe we need the relief from the height limitation anymore, but we do still need for use and for parking.
Now, the parking was at, I think, 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit?
That's the requirement, yes.
Okay. 1.5. Does the applicant propose any type of buffer between its property and the contiguous 2 residential units?
There's the sequence is sort of the under building parking, the drive, a 10-foot buffer, which will be planted with trees, and then the maximum allowed fence at the back of the property, separating the property from the residential zone.
And the buffer area with plantings is depicted on page A003 of Exhibit A10?
That's correct.
Will the applicant fully address buffering and stormwater issues in the land development process?
It will, yes.
Will the applicant comply with building code, land development, and subdivision regulations?
We will, yes.
Is the condition that all residents shall not have a motor vehicle acceptable to the applicant?
That is our understanding, yes.
Is there any change to impervious surface on the revised plan from the last meeting?
There is not, no.
Based on the reduced size of this community, do you believe there's any deleterious or negative impact to the health, safety, and welfare of the public?
I do not believe so.
Now, in the zoning district, which I believe is at C1, sir?
It is, yes.
Okay. There are a number of proposed residential, institutional, recreational, transportation, and commercial uses.
That's correct. It is a very wide variety of allowed uses in the C1.
Not to prolong this evening, but if maybe you could talk about these categories, or just in general, and subject to cross-examination, whether you believe that the subject proposed use is less intense than those uses permitted in the C1 district by as of right or by special exception.
Yeah, as I testified last time, I believe this is an appropriate sort of transitional use between the commercial uses on Westchester Pike and the residential neighborhood behind. There are by right uses in the C1 that I think would be pose more issues with parking and crowding, such as sit-down restaurants are allowed, restaurants with takeout, professional offices, transportation facilities. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Raymond.
Thank you very much. But at this point, does the applicant have any additional direct testimony to offer?
Nope. And we would again request permission of exhibits A1 through A12.
Those will be admitted. So I just want to clarify a few things just from a legal perspective here. So is the applicant withdrawing its initial requested variance for height relief? Is that accurate?
That is correct. Because of the reduction in floors, number of floors, this building is less than 35 feet in height.
Okay, so we're left with the variance to allow a multi-family senior residential development together with parking relief. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And instead of a variance from 80 parking spaces, which would have been required with the fourth floor, that is fair to say has been reduced because of the reduction in the unit count. Is that accurate?
That is absolutely accurate.
All right. Now, this one, I hate to put you on the spot here, Josh. I want to make sure we have the right number, because it seems to me that it's 1.5 spaces per unit, except for a two-bedroom, which might be two. Okay.
That's correct.
Mr. Stivel, there's two bedrooms in this configuration?
Four. No, there's two.
Okay. All right. So
there's 34 single bedrooms, two bedrooms.
So is that
So 34 by 1.5.
55 spaces?
34 times 1.5, I get 51.
Plus 4, yeah.
Yeah,
55.
55. All right. So I just want to make sure I have this correct. So we're withdrawing the variance request for height. The height will now be compliant with the zoning district. Fair? All right.
Yes.
And then the parking variance has been reduced. Still 21 spaces requested, but only 55 are required compared to the prior 80.
Yes, and that's based on the type of use that is being proposed. We believe that the parking requirements for general residential communities, multifamily dwellings, would far exceed anything this type of senior community, with residents having some impairments and some not having impairments.
So apart from the plan modifications, the use otherwise as testified to in detail at the prior hearing, are there any changes to how the property will be used apart from the actual number of units?
No. The major change between this evening and last evening was the reduction of number of units from 52 down to 36, which we believe diminishes the need for parking. And as Mr. Carolla testified, based on this particular use, he anticipates at peak time, maximum of 17 spaces required.
And as part of the project, obviously it would still have to go through a formal land development process with the township. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
And would it still, in addition to those buffering requirements you mentioned, would it also have to comply with stormwater management regulations pursuant to the township ordinance?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. And that's obviously still the intent to do that?
Yes.
Because again, the impervious has not changed or increased since the last time around.
That is correct. Stormwater facilities will be designed for this site.
All right, perfect. So with that, I would just ask, perhaps it might be a good idea for if you could bring your team up, and then maybe they could play hot potato with the microphone here, because I think the board and certainly some of the parties might have questions depending on some of the testimony.
Anybody have any questions?
Whatever works. If you guys would prefer to stand, I'd maybe ask you to stand on this other side so that some of the neighbors, their view is not blocked. And if you'd like to sit, there's plenty of seats over there too. You know, I know it's been a late night, so we don't begrudge anyone from taking a seat. All right. Yeah.
No, I've been sitting.
All right. So with that, board, if you have any questions for the applicant or the applicant's witnesses, I think now would be the time. So I think many of the board's questions were answered last time around, and we understand that there are obviously a few parties and some other neighbors who might want to make public comment. So in light of the hour, the board is going to make way for first party questions. So again, just so everyone understands, the following are parties to the proceeding and can ask questions. But again, anyone in attendance tonight can make public comment. So if you have any comments you want to make, not specific questions, that's fine. You'll have your opportunity in a few minutes. So the parties are Avian and Antonio Craig, Fatima Liberato, Sonia Neptune, Deborah and Jamel Ben Salah, Stephen Richardson, Guy Edmondson, Daniela Espinal, and Wesley and Denise Long. Of any of those names I mentioned, could you just do me a favor real quick and just raise your hand if you have any questions? Of those names, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, one at a time, doesn't matter the order. Come on up and you can ask questions. Ma'am, do me a favor, ma'am, introduce yourself.
Deborah Bensala?
All right, and I believe that you were sworn in last time, am I correct?
No.
All right, well, let's swear you in.
I do. It's Deborah Bensala, Bensala.
All right, so Ms. Bensala, I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name.
It's okay.
So at this point, you can ask any question you want of the applicant's witnesses. Just do me a favor, a couple quick ground rules. We're going to try not to talk over each other. This is just questions, not statements. So if I interrupt, it's not meant to be rude, just meant to keep us on track. Okay?
Okay.
Perfect.
As far as the height, on the plan that I received this afternoon, it shows that there is a height elevation of 44 feet, and you're saying that it's going to be less. It says here that there's a roof slope and there's a parapet and a stair tower, and that's all appears on here to be above the 35 feet that you're saying you're going to be under.
Those are, the 44 feet is just the stair. Correct. It's just for the stair tower and the elevator override, and those are not normally considered contributing to building height.
Well, that I will leave to the board. I don't know anything about that. And I wanted to, could you repeat the buffer that you're supposed to be having for the 10 feet from the building to the residential properties next door? You said there's going to be a buffer with trees.
That's right.
Can you explain that again? Detail that a little bit.
Well, we haven't really detailed other than to provide 10 feet for plantings and trees and a fence.
Okay, can you describe where the 10 feet is going to actually be? Because the building is going to be here, and then my yard is here, and there's only 25, maybe 30 feet total in that whole space. So I don't know where you're going to put all of these cars and all of this 10-foot buffer in that 20 or 30-foot area.
It is complicated.
It's very tiny.
So-
very tiny.
So the building has a certain width. The parking occurs under the rear half of the building. So then there's another 25 feet until the rear property line, which gives us room for a driveway and a buffer. So ideally, you'll barely know the parking is there.
And I guess the next question is maybe just, I don't know, for the developers or for the board also. I read in here where it says that there has to be a 25-foot rear setback from the building. Now, does that setback include this alley that you're going to make for the entrance and the exit? Does that fall into the setback?
The
Because
driveway is in that, yes.
So there's no setback from the alley.
So
And
if
that alley is running right along the side of my
If I
yard.
can cut through, so setbacks are meant for structures, for buildings.
For the building, so
Correct.
not for the driveway, and it doesn't matter where that,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah.
That's all the questions that I have for now.
I have one question for clarification.
Sure.
Mr. Raymond, what is the height of the structure?
Microphone.
Mr. Raymond, what is the height of the structure being proposed?
We should be right at 35 feet. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So thank you, Ms. Bensala. Sorry if I mispronounced it again. Yeah. It's not one of my strengths. Bensala. Bensala? Okay. I'll remember hopefully for next time. I saw other hands. All right. Come on up, sir. Here we go. It's okay. It's been a long night. You know, you're kind of fusing into the chair at some point. I get it. And just do me a favor, and if you could both introduce yourselves and be sworn in by our court reporter.
Stephen Richardson, Stephen Richardson.
You swear affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
I do. My name is Guy Edmondson.
GUI Edmondson, EDMONDSON. Yes, ma'am.
My general question is, again, about the number of parking spaces. As you figure the parking spaces only for the residents?
No, the residents will not have cars. It's
Okay, I think that's a little disingenuous for these residents to say just because they have.
Not statements. Yeah, let me put it this way. You might get an answer that you don't like, but that's still an answer.
Well, as a statement, I think senior citizens will have parking spaces.
Let me put it this way. So as part of the applicant's presentation, they're saying they're going to include a condition in the lease so that their lessees will not have parking spaces. Okay. But if you have a statement about that, for whatever, good, bad, or indifferent, you can also make public comment after you're done asking questions, and you can tell the board what you think of that.
Okay, well, that's it. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, and we are direct, we share the property line to your proposed project. And so again, parking, and you express that the parking, okay, you configured how do I want to say this? You base your parking numbers from a property in Philadelphia?
No, that was just to confirm the estimates out of the parking generation manual, which is based on nationwide parking studies done at different types of land uses.
Okay.
And that was the one that said that the peak demand for this facility of 36 units would be for 17 parking spaces.
Okay. And you took into consideration, like shopping and all of that stuff, for the residents, because the residents are have to get food and all of that stuff to their homes, right? So you took all of that into consideration as well?
Those estimates are for residents, they're for visitors, they're for caretakers,
Okay.
employees.
All right. Now, did you take in consideration their visitors? Their family members that will come and check on them. Okay, so those people most likely will have a car. Okay, so is that number did that 27 or whatever it is, was that factored into that as well?
Right. The 17 is an estimate for all the different types of reasons why people would park there.
Including employees?
Employees, caretakers, visitors.
Okay. And now the residents of the building, will they be required to use I'm sorry, your name again. I'm sorry, not knowing your pronunciation of your name.
Sylvester Okolo.
Mr. Sylvester.
Right.
Now, will everyone, the residents of that of the building, will be required to use his business as caregivers to the residents?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
No, they don't.
Okay, so you can't speak in regards to, let's say, another care agency coming in and caring for those residents so they can have cars.
Well, see, again, the misconception, understand what happens in senior living. I think there is a big misconception here.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you are in a senior living accommodation does not mean you're going to get caregivers.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people who move to senior citizen residence do not need caregivers.
Mm-hmm. Right.
For example,
Mm-hmm.
some senior citizen homes start from 55 years.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And the fact that you move because you decided to downsize
Mm-hmm.
does not mean that you're going to get a caregiver.
Mm-hmm.
So the percentage of people who may need caregivers may not even be as much as you think. That's why when you go to so many senior citizen homes, there are practically no parking. There's no need for parking because
Okay.
some of them don't need caregivers.
Okay. And okay, well, one more thing. Now, there is no guarantee, or can you guarantee that once you build this facility, that you do not sell it? And then if you sell it, now the new owners can make that facility be whatever it wants to be.
That calls for a legal conclusion. Maybe I can address the question. That when the board,
Speaker?
your question calls for a legal conclusion. When this board renders a decision, if it permits the use variance, that's the use that is permitted. If there's any potential change for use, someone would have to come back before this board.
Exactly. But then the building is already built. So the parking spaces the footprint is already done. So the parking spaces, let's say the construction is for 27. But if he sells the building, now and they come back and it says required, let's say 50 parking spaces. You have no room to put 50 spaces.
I'm sure the board will take into account the new use and the concerns of the residents for parking in the event that there is a new proposed use in the future.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. But, okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Okay.
All right. Who's next? Oh, don't be shy. Come on up, man.
Hello. Do I need to be sworn in? Yes, I do. My name is Daniela Espinal, my first name is Daniela, Daniela. Last name Espinal, Espinal. All right. I feel like my biggest concern last time and even today is still parking, and I'm so glad that you were able to join us today. My first question is, you guys said how many units will be in this building? 36, right? What's preventing visitors? I'm not counting caregivers or people that will be working there with offices. What if everyone visits their loved ones at the same time? How are you guys going to accommodate that type of parking if there's only 21 spaces?
In those instances, if and when they occur, then the demand would be greater than the supply.
Well, I'm sure you're a parking expert. I'm not sure if you analyzed the area. Well, I'm sure you have. Parking already sucks in the area. We don't have parking. It's a big issue, even without you guys building your community, your building. Like right now, when I go home tonight, I will have to park 4 blocks away. There's no parking. Let's say for the holidays, people want to be with their Mima, their pop-up, whatever. There's not going to be no parking. So I really don't think that the 21 spaces is enough at all. And let's say people don't visit at the same time, but there's people that are going to be working there also, right? Because there's still offices, not just one office.
Miss Espinal, real quick here.
What's up?
So technically this is for questions, and this doesn't really sound like a question to me. So
How many workers will you guys have in the offices?
One.
So that will be 1 parking spot. Would you guys provide parking inside? Like, would they take one of those 21 spots for the person that'll be working there in the office?
If the employee has a motor vehicle, yes. If the employee has a motor vehicle, yes, that would consume 1 parking spot.
Okay, that makes sense. I know you just said the previous people that were up here, you said that, I'm drawing a blank, that not all of these seniors will have caregivers, but let's say 2 of them do out of the 36 units and everyone visits. It's just not enough. I don't think it's enough. Do you think it's enough?
Again, what we did, we based our estimate on nationwide studies of actual parking counts at similar facilities. And that's where they come up with those estimates. They're not based on a formula, a guesstimate, or a feel. They're based on actual empirical data from parking studies at similar types of facilities nationwide.
Okay, can you tell me more about the comparison that you made earlier with the Casa India something in Philadelphia? I just looked it up really quick on Google Maps, and parking looks really crappy in the area. Like there's people parking on the sidewalks and it doesn't look like enough parking. It is also like a facility in a neighborhood. It doesn't look like enough. How did you guys compare this proposed building to that one? Like what was it, that one specifically?
It was that one specifically that we did the parking count at.
May I ask why?
Why we did a parking count there? Because it was a similar type facility, similar size, an urban location.
Is there a parking, street parking, or is it like a part of the building, like on-site parking?
There's street parking on North Second Street.
Okay, that's all I saw, and it looked pretty crowded. All right, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional party questions? Yes, please come on up.
My name is Wesley Long. I was sworn in last time. You were? Yes. Mr. Architect, parapet height, 38 feet.
Microphone, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Parapet height, 38 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the height of the building.
Yeah, that's not normally considered.
Well, if you got to.
Hang on. So,
sorry.
Couple things. First off, please do me a favor and try to talk in the microphone, and you can pick it up too if you need to.
Okay.
And secondly, you got to give the witness a chance to answer.
Okay.
And so normally the way height is calculated for a building, it's the roof surface. And if the code here says differently, then we will make it 35 feet regardless.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got the height, the peak height of the roof is 35.
Yeah.
Parapet's really technically, if you're looking at the building, that's the height of the building, okay? I'm sorry. The other thing is, the one thing I don't see in your plan is the air conditioning units and heating units. Normally what you'll see on the top of a building this way, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What's the?
Yeah, there will be equipment on the roof.
So
That's part of the reason for a rationale for a parapet is to hide that sort of ugliness.
To hide it.
Yeah.
So again, at the highest point, so you're only talking 3 feet from the top, from the parapet to the top of the other roof.
Yeah.
You're going to hide it. It's really, when you're looking at the building, it's still over it. You're going to have to bring it down. I mean, I said in other words, you are going to have to reduce that height a little bit because the parapet is the real height of it.
No, sir, that's not.
No?
In fact, the definition of
Well,
building height is
At this point,
ordinance.
let me cut through here. So at this point, the applicant has formally withdrawn their request for a height variance. So that means they're capped at 35 feet, however Upper Darby Township defines 35 feet. Whether it includes a little, the utilities or not, that's not our business.
I understand.
So I just want to make sure everyone knows, this board is only tasked with deciding the relief that they're asking for. And right now, it's to use the property as a senior facility, as well as for the parking relief. So that's the only things that we're going to be deciding tonight.
Okay. And the other thing, when we were talking, obviously, I know about the parking. I've been in that neighborhood for 41 years. 41 years I've been doing it. And leaving out on South Fairview and making that right and trying to cut across double traffic, turn around and come out. I also work in Berwyn area, Villanova, all those areas coming out. And we go 3-4 cars backed up every morning trying to get out of our street without this construction. So a lot of experience with that. And I know you have your experience with all the rest of it. Does that actually calculate also the residents, our residents that are in the area? I know the studies you did, they sound fantastic. Plus the building design, very beautiful, okay? I'll voice my other concerns afterwards. But do you take into consideration also the general traffic of that area? Or is it just that building, what that's going to supply, what's around it when you're doing your studies?
Just looked at that, the proposed facility.
Right.
And the parking demand for that facility.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to say is the consideration which everybody here is concerned with is all our residents and getting in and out of our streets. It's very difficult now, and parking is very difficult now.
It's a very busy area with
Yeah.
heavy traffic volumes on
Right.
Westchester Pike, and getting on and off Westchester Pike is difficult.
It's very difficult. And that's what I'm trying to say is I can understand everybody here and I can understand where you're getting your numbers from. But we have to put them both together because these people are trying to take care of Upper Darby. You guys are trying to take care of this gentleman that bought this property. I completely understand that. I'll have my additional comments at the end.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Are there any additional party questions? Seeing none. All right, so at this point, unless the applicant has anything else to offer.
The applicant does not.
Sounds good. So at this point, the board will close the record and we will open it up to public comment. Actually, let me step back here because technically speaking, we do have several parties. Is there any of the parties who I referenced, you can all produce your own evidence in the form of a public comment, in the form of your own comments? Does anyone have any documents that they wish to introduce? Okay, Ms. Ben-Sala, I hope I got that right this time. Come on up.
Okay, so, I sent in the petition, so you have the petition.
Yeah.
Was that shared with the board members?
Yes, it was, and I do
Has
have an
everyone
additional
read it?
copy.
I'm sorry, I just want to know, has everybody read the petition, the legal
They have
argument?
not, it was just today. Now, I
okay.
will say, as just to confirm, so what we have here is, I want to make sure I get the pages right, 15-page petition. The last 10 pages, basically Exhibit A. So it'll be pages 1 through 9. This is accepted as Exhibit Ben-Sala?
Sure. I've just been calling it
B1.
petition, so
B1.
that's fine.
That's
Okay.
what's going to be.
So
And so the board
do
has
you-
copies of it, so they can review it when they're looking through the application. when we're
Okay,
done.
so you don't need any copies of that right now?
We do not need any
Okay.
copies. Got you here.
I would like to ask if the signatures could be submitted to evidence, because I did get 53 signatures, and several of the people are here in the audience, and I was told that if the applicant didn't oppose it, that you might accept the signatures into the record. And I don't know if you oppose the signatures being entered or not.
Let me cut to the chase here.
Mm-hmm.
The board has a policy where we do not accept petition signatures. So if
Okay.
anyone, I'm sorry to say, if you went around and got 53 signatures, I too would want those to be put in evidence. But if any of your neighbors are here tonight, they can obviously make public comment.
Okay, there's been a lot of discussion about the parking and stuff, and last time the attorney, I think, he mentioned that there was the Dunkin' Donuts across the street, and nobody mentioned the Ivy Rehabilitation Center that is also in that parking lot there, and there's about 12 therapists that work in that building every day, and they're in and out with their cars all day long, and they park in front of the street there. They park all over the neighborhood, and that takes the parking away from the other neighbors too. And those therapists too, there's designated therapists who have vans working in that rehab center, and they come in and out all day, and they go out and they pick up the patients and they bring them back. So that's all additional parking. And I have pictures of parking and the street that I'd like to share with you.
Sure, please bring them. First of all, why don't you show them to the applicant?
Can I have that set from back there?
Oh, we. All right. Thank you. Yes, we do have. So marked as, this has been marked as Exhibit B 1 through 5. I already marked B1. So this will be, whole packet here will be B Exhibit Ben-Sala, I hope 2.
Yes, number
Okay.
2. Thank
We'll
you.
do that.
So this particular picture, we have the church lot across the street.
That is a private lot. They lock it up all the time. It's totally full when I took the picture. And they park in front of the street here. This is my house, in front of my house. They're blocking my driveway. And my private drive and the drive of the proposed site entrance, they're right next to each other. Did you have a question? No. Okay. And then you have the driveway coming out. Well, they go in and out of the driveway for Dunkin' Donuts and the Ivy Rehab there. So it's very congested here just to begin with. And then the next page, number 2, we have the traffic light at Westchester Pike, and you can see the traffic is all starting to build up. They're all sitting there at the red light. And then with the cars parked on the street, the cars, go to the next page, the cars coming around the corner from Westchester Pike, they can't pass, and they're all stuck there. So, you know.
Number 3?
Yeah, number 3. And back on number 2, you can see the 2 driveways, how close they are together. I'm concerned that some people might be coming into my driveway thinking they're getting into this site, and they're not getting into the site. But then number 4, you'll see there's a bus sitting there waiting, trying to get around. This is where they want to come in. They want to come in on this side. It's going to just make it terrible for all of us trying to live there with this. And the last picture, number 5, it's a wide shot of the street. And the bottom picture shows the 5 buildings that the applicant tore down. So there was viable buildings there, and it was a viable business before he tore all the buildings down. There's another question. Just give me a minute here. I have a lot of questions.
Take your time.
Okay. The applicant had previously submitted a application for zoning variances in maybe 2021 during COVID. And at that time, he was trying to put 6 or 9 units in the building that was on the site. And myself and my neighbors, Guy and Steve, we all complained about the proposed, it was the same entrance on Pennock and exit on Fairview. And we had, cited our concerns about that. And at the time, the board had suggested that the applicant go to the PennDOT, to the state, to get a second curb cut on Westchester Pike to have all of his incoming and outgoing traffic on Westchester Pike versus in on our streets. At that time, the applicant then withdrew that application, so that nothing was ever finalized on that. But I thought it was interesting to bring that up, that we had that in the past. It was noted tonight, a lot of us were saying about concerns with the care that the residents are going to need and stuff. The last time, from my perspective during that meeting, everything was said that these people were all going to be physically disabled or mentally disabled, and that they were all going to need a caregiver. And tonight it's being discussed that it's going to be more of a regular senior center with a few residents being handicapped or being disabled. And we had a lot of concerns about the noise coming from there with the traffic in and out, the running that alley along the property line. All this traffic is going to come right by my dining room and kitchen windows all day, all night, in and out, in and out. And it's going to be like a street running along the side of my yard. It's just, I think it's going to be unbearable. It's going to affect our privacy, our quiet enjoyment of our homes. And, we're yard people. We spend a lot of time in the yard. And I have a multicultural family. So I have family members who come in the front door, cover it up, and they come out to the yard and they can take their coverings off. That's all going to be lost with, 3 floors of people in units looking down in the yard on us. So we're going to lose that. We're going to lose our privacy. there's going to be no quiet enjoyment. You're going to have 20 people, he had said previously, 20 employees day and night, 24/7 for the residents, but I don't know if that's still a case now, but we're going to have ambulances in and out of there for these people going to the hospital all the time. We're going to have the trash trucks out there all the time. And it's just, I think it's going to be very difficult to live with this. My favorite saying about this is that he's trying to put an elephant on a postage stamp. The building is just too big for the property, and I'm not even, like getting into the parking and where everybody's going to go, but parking is not my biggest issue. My biggest issue is that elephant in my backyard, and it's for me, it's not good. And previously, we had heard that the residents were going to be either physically or mentally handicapped. So why are you putting stoves in units for people who are not fully there? I think that's a fire hazard. Putting a stove in a dimension unit is not heard of. I've worked in housing for 40 years, and we've never put stoves in units for dementia patients. So I think I hit my points.
Thank you very much. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Ben Salah? No? Mr. Stivell, any questions? No? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. So at this point, we're going to close the record, and we're going to open the floor to public comment. Now, I will say that at the prior hearing, we received public comment from, and again, my apologies if I mistake any names, Spiro Papas, Joanne Namavong, Justine Mays, Sean Hamden, Laura Wentz, and Becky Duggan. So at this point, if anyone I would first say, if anyone has not made public comment yet, you may come up. What I will also, real quick, if anyone did make public comment and would like to say something different based upon what we've heard tonight, more than welcome to do that as well. The only thing I would say is I'm sure there's a number of folks in the audience who might have some similar observations. If anyone has a specific, like for instance, parking is a concern, the board understands if we don't need to hear the same exact concern referenced at length repeatedly, you can simply say, I echo or agree with the concerns raised by person X about parking, but also this. So if you want to add something new that the board can consider in its deliberations, that would be very helpful. But again, obviously it's 11:15 at night, and I'm sure everyone wants to say their piece, but also get out of here. So with that said, we're opening up the floor to public comment, and everyone will have your opportunity. All right.
Hello, everyone.
Please introduce yourself first.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Nottingham. Nottingham. Okay. I lived in, anything else?
Just public comment, no, we don't have to have.
Okay. I lived in that area for 33 years. Okay, that Dunkin' Donut used to be a Wawa. Okay, and it was congested. The reason the Dunkin' Donuts is now Dunkin' Donuts, because Wawa moved up the street. Okay, now it's a gas station. Coming in and out of that area, because I used to go to Wawa every day before I get my coffee before I go to work. And so it was just congested coming in and out of that area. And that's why Wawa moved up the street, Westchester Pike, to a bigger location. That area is small. And they also have their Ivy Rehab Center there. One of my neighbors used that facility. The truck come out and come to my neighbor 2 doors away. She used that facility. And then you say, these seniors, my mother lives in the Simpson house on Lansdowne Avenue. There are plenty of parking spaces. Seniors do have cars and they do drive. And now they had to put meters on the street because they used the meters on the street, right across the street from the Wawa, the Simpson house. And they do have workers that come there, help these people. They got aides and it's 55 and up. They got recreation, we had parties there. My mom rented a room on New Year's Day. All the seniors come down, they can celebrate with our family. So what about all those peoples? My family, they came, they parked, they took up all them parking spots in there. And then I had pictures, I'm sorry. I wanted to give the board, I walk around, I take pictures of all the people that's parked on pavements and sidewalks. And, it's horrible. The people across the street from me, I got 3 cars parked on the sidewalk and 2 on the daggone grass, okay? And so, it's congested. That's all I got to say. I'm not for it, and it's just not, there's no room, there's no space. Not for that, not that area. That area, we got the church right there. It's just not good. Going in and out, it's going to be congested, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
My name is Denise Long. I live on South Fairview. I want to say thank you very much for listening to us last time, because we went out of here very angry. However, something that has not been brought up, and I agree with everybody about the parking, absolutely, because I live there, is the schools, the number of school buses. We have 2 elementary schools, we have the high school, we have the middle school, and every bus goes up and down Westchester Pike between 7:30 in the morning and 10 o'clock, and between 1 o'clock in the afternoon and 4 o'clock. So in addition to the parking, we haven't even discussed the traffic that it will bring in addition to, and that's when all the caregivers or the support staff for these people come out and visit. The social workers come out and visit in the morning and the afternoon. The medical staff comes in and visits in the morning and the afternoon. So if they do need these services, that's when everything's going to happen. One other thing, parking, the holidays. I can't even imagine what Mother's Day will look like. It will be a parking lot out there. Everybody visits their mother on Mother's Day. If you only have 50% women in that place, you're already over in the parking lot, much less on the streets, plus my house. My family comes and visits me. I want to have a place for them to park. I have 4 parking spots in the back of my house, and my family still cannot park in front of my house when they come to visit. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Still good evening. Judy Duggan. First of all, I don't believe, and I could be wrong, that it is legal in Pennsylvania to forbid a resident of an apartment building to not have a car. You can forbid them from parking in your lot, but they're allowed to own a car, which again means that they'll be parking on our streets. You mentioned something in your introductory, whatever it is, that it'll be good because there's mixed commercial. There's not mixed commercial there. There's nowhere that they can just easily go buy food. They have to find a place to get food. The closest place is probably Acme, which is several blocks away. And again, last time you said that there will be Alzheimer's patients there. Now, you didn't say that this time. I don't know if there will be or not, but that's a really huge concern, unless it's a 24-hour, unless there's a 24-hour caregiver in the apartment with that person. You also said tonight that some of the people will not be disabled. Those people will likely have cars. I'm eligible to live in your apartment. I only make $30,000 a year. I think that's probably in your range, but I own a car. So, people do have cars, even old, poor people. And I know I'm not allowed to ask a question, but I'm just wondering, in the driveway, is it wide enough for 2 cars to get by each other? Because I'm thinking, these people are going to have a lot of deliveries because they can't get to the grocery store if they're not allowed to have a car, and they're going to have their Amazon packages delivered, they're going to have their Instacart stuff delivered, and, you know, this is going to be a lot of big mess there. Also, I don't know if any of you guys ever drive down there, but every once in a while I drive down South Fairview toward Westchester Pike, and I'm going to turn right onto Westchester Pike, which is the only way to turn. And it is very difficult to see the cars coming down Westchester Pike with all the cars that are parked along Westchester Pike there. So it's just, I can just see a lot of accidents happening. All right, I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Sure.
Joanne Namavong. Just a couple, Namavong, Nammavong. I just wanted to say, the same things Judy said, I'm going to agree with her about, Fairview, I won't come out on it. Pennock, you can't drive on Pennock, South Pennock, it's too dangerous. There at the Dunkin' Donuts and the Ivy Rehab. But what I wanted to say was, so last time, there was a statement made tonight that said there was a misunderstanding of who will occupy this place. But last time, Mr. Okolo said that it would be his patients who would have dementia or Alzheimer's, and that his patients that wanted to have a place to live, and so that's why he wanted to build it, so that he could accommodate his patients. He did say that they don't have to be his patients, but it seems that it's because he wants to put his patients in there. Now, my concern is that, you know, he owns the building, he's collecting rent, and then also he's going to be probably the primary caregiver. In Pennsylvania, there's a regulation for personal care homes, and that's what this more sounds like to me. And it's required to have a commercial kitchen when you have more than 4 unrelated people occupying the same building. And I'm just concerned that, you know, they said something last time, and now this time it's different. I'm worried that the people that are living there are going to have a lot of needs that, you know, if they're not meeting the regulations and the state comes in, there's going to be problems. Let me see what else. All right, I guess that's it. I don't like that there was a lot of inconsistencies between last time and this time, and it kind of makes me feel like what's really going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Becky Duggan. I live on North Pennock Avenue. I turn left off of Westchester Pike onto North Pennock Avenue every night when I come home from work. It's dangerous. And if you're going to add to that, add people coming out of that when they've already tried to turn right onto Westchester Pike off to South Fairview, because there's a daycare right around the corner, the Fairy Tale Academy, 1 block up. And there's also another, I believe, in the blue building. People park along Westchester Pike. You can't see to get out of South Fairview because everyone's parking there to pick their kids up, especially at rush hour. Everyone get out of work. It's very dangerous. Then everyone's going to be making a U-turn onto Westchester Pike. The turning lane onto North Pennock Avenue down there is not long enough to accommodate any more additional cars. You maybe fit 3 or 4 cars tops. 2 or 3 probably, yes, 2 or 3. So it's going to cause a huge backup of Westchester Pike. I oftentimes, even now, have to sit way up past North Pennock because the traffic's backed up way into 69th Street. So you're going to add more cars. And it wasn't brought up, but I think it's where will the dumpsters be going? Who will be emptying the dumpsters? I know Waste Management, they have large trucks that need to come and empty dumpsters. No, it's not? I know they can pull them out into the street, but there are big, large trucks that use empty dumpsters. I mean, I have it at my office building. And if people are getting deliveries, he's going to have an office there. They're going to have to get deliveries to his office. So it's going to add to that. And also, the sewer system. We hear a lot about how our sewer system is already overtaxed. If you're going to add 36 more units into our sewer system, I think that's a very dangerous thing. We're already really, it's a bad thing. We hear every meeting from Crandall Jones that the sewer systems need to be upgraded. And he's going to add additional pressure, whatever you want to call it, usage onto that. I think that is not a good idea. So I would severely urge the board to vote against these variances for all of these reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, sorry. Kyle McIntyre, Upper Darby Councilman at Large. So I want to start off with saying that these are my personal views and my personal opinions, and also having previously served on zoning. And I went back and forth on this property a lot, specifically given the nature of it and also because we have such concerns as it relates to parking. However, as I go through the process, and I'm sure you guys will deliberate later, this property specifically is one of the last non-green spaces that is appropriate for development in Upper Darby Township. We don't have that many left, and we're already dealing with issues of green space being turned into developments, but this remains one of the last that has not. And I understand why residents are concerned about parking. In many parts of Upper Darby, parking is already difficult, and people understandably are worried that any new development will make that problem worse. However, the question before us is not whether this project will have absolutely no impact. Any project is going to have impact. Every possible use of this property will have some impact. The real question is whether this proposal will have less impact than any of the other possible developments. I was happy to see that the developer has reduced the height of the building to meet the already existing compliance, as that reduces a lot of that parking stress. But the question is whether this property could be used in any other forms or capacity, as a commercial use or as additional residential units. The fact that it's senior homes and the fact that this developer has considered all of those conditions, which I do believe that you should attach to any approvals, specifically that, the residents can't own cars and all of the other various requirements that they've already testified under oath that they would accept, that this facility will allow older adults to remain in Upper Darby near their families, and it will also meet that need for seniors that can't afford, and many are already being forced to choose between rent, food, medicine, transportation, and other basic necessities, requiring additional, I'll skip that. That's not really that important. Unlike a traditional apartment building, residents of this facility would be prohibited through their leases from keeping or regularly maintaining or regularly operating motor vehicles. The facility would provide transportation options and would still be required to maintain adequate parking for employees, visitors, deliveries, accessible space, facility vehicles, and residential pickups. If how many cars are being used at a certain given time is a concern, I would recommend also a condition on the developers and the property owners creating some type of a schedule for visits, as that can help reduce some of the load on parking. Residents are right to demand these protections, and those protections should be based on those enforceable conditions. Compared with the conventional apartments, retail businesses, restaurants, or other possible developments, a vehicle-free senior living facility may be one of the least disruptive uses this property could possibly have. Parking is an enforcement issue, and I can say with certainty that I'll make sure myself that others on council will work to address those structural issues. I'm not here to ignore those, but it won't be solved by denying this project. I fear that future uses in any project will be far worse for this property and the community that we live in. So I urge your approval with all of the various conditions and to consider what other conditions you can apply to address the concerns. But I do not believe that the board should not be seeking approval, but how we can get approval with the least amount of impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment?
That makes sense.
Greetings. Thank you for your presentation. Greetings, board. My name is Danielle Blackwell. I am the councilwoman here, but I am speaking on behalf of myself as a resident of the 4th District. Blackwell, Blackwell. So my question is, if we allow the multifamily senior residential development with offices in C1 commercial district, whereas this is not normally prohibited, what precedents are we setting? I'm not against it. I'm just wondering what is going to be the impact for the community. I'm also wondering whether or not it's actually a true property hardship and whether or not there will be major issues with the emergency vehicles that must go up and down Westchester Pike. The other question would be, why wasn't this proposal considered rezoning rather than just a variance request, given the extent of the requested deviations? Thank you for that consideration.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment?
I will try and talk into the microphone this time. Okay. Wesley Long. My concern is, for living here for 41 years in Upper Darby Township, having people that don't live in Upper Darby Township tell us how great this is going to be, and they know everything about, oh, the traffic's going to be fine, everything's going to be fine. I don't know what you're complaining about, basically. We have a gentleman here that said that his employees couldn't afford cars. Last meeting, he said they couldn't afford cars. They're going to be taking public transportation. And we expect that man to hire a good contractor to put up a beautiful building, and he's going to apply to all the things. If he can't even pay his employees enough to drive, Upper Darby Township needs to take a stand. None of these people are from Upper Darby. They don't live in Upper Darby. So working class people, blue collar people. We've got a lot of white collar people too, but that's what makes Upper Darby so wonderful. I grew up in Havertown as a kid. I moved here, I bought my house when I was 23 years old. All right? I love Upper Darby. I helped run HPKA, Highland Park Kirkland Athletic Association. I know all the kids. I've got a lot of kids that I coached who are police officers all throughout. Great people, great kids. People that love this community. This is a friggin' mistake. You've heard all the red flags. If you guys can't see that, you're Upper Darby residents. I don't know how long every one of you have lived here. I don't know if you raised your kids here. I'm assuming you all have. Okay? I just want you to consider it. This is going to be, he's going to make his fortune out of this because he's going to get subsidies from the government to pay all that stuff. It's all going to go out of the township. Go in his pocket, his company. There's one company that's going to run everything, and then also the additional services he's supplying. Okay? If you don't see it, I don't know why we're even here. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
I'll keep it short. Daniela Espinal. When people are asking for a zoning variance, I believe they're supposed to have a hardship. I don't believe they've expressed any hardship. But anyways, I'm asking the board not to approve this application. Our community has showed up last month and tonight because we're united in our concerns. None of us want this in our neighborhood. Please hear us, take what we've said seriously, and stand with us, the people who actually live here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none. So this time, I think the board is appropriate for the board to close the record, and we'll take a moment to discuss an executive session. Everyone, thank you very much for your patience. Should say good morning, everyone. Okay, thank you for your patience. The board has returned from a brief executive session to discuss the application. And at this point, I have a suggested motion for the board's consideration. With regard to application number 4-1 of 26, where the amended relief related to the use of the property and relief from the parking requirements of the ordinance. The suggested motion would be to approve the amended relief under and subject to the following conditions. Condition number 1, no on-site resident parking to be enforced via a restrictive covenant in each respective resident lease. Condition 2, excuse me, everyone please. Condition number 2, applicant shall install buffering along the rear property line to the satisfaction of the township engineer. Condition 3, a 6-foot privacy fence shall be installed along the rear property line. Condition 4, applicant shall obtain any and all required township approvals, including any land development approvals. Condition 5, applicant shall obtain any and all PennDOT approvals as necessary. Condition 6, the terms of this decision shall apply to any and all future property owners and or operators of a facility on this property. And finally, condition 7, any future change in the use of the building and or property shall come before the zoning hearing board for consideration and or approval. That is the suggested motion with the conditions. Would any member like to make that motion? Would any member of the board like to make that motion?
I make the motion to approve.
On the basis of the suggested motion?
Yes, that's right.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Bob, all in favor? All opposed?
Nay.
All right. The motion passes 2-1. So congratulations, you've received your relief tonight on the amended application. Excuse me, everyone, excuse me. A written decision will follow within 45 days. That will go to the applicant along with all of those who are parties to this matter. Thank you all very much for your patience. Thank you for